signature thing which we do once in a month. So you're lucky enough if you are attending it here. And what we're going to cover here, we're going to cover everything from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, everything. And it is not like we are going to just touch the surface. We are going to do everything like HTML complete, CSS. We are going to do the CSS basics. Then we are going to CSS basics in the sense whatever the CSS basics are there. Then we are going to do CSS Flexbox. Then we are going to do CSS Grid also. In JavaScript also we are going to do everything like JavaScript and ES6 and all the things will be covered. Mainly I will be taking the CSS part, HTML CSS part, and the JavaScript part will be taken by one of our other teacher whose name is Hari. Okay, so he's just an expert in JavaScript. Actually I also take JavaScript. And beside this, what are the things which you should do? So first half an hour I'm going to tell you what are the paths you should take. A lot of people who are attending this thing are from non-IT background, or even if they are from IT background, they don't know a lot of things. So let me tell something about what you need to do, what path you need to follow. So it is not like in this 8 hour you will become a web app developer. What are the path you have to take? What are all the things which you have to do? So all those things I'll be telling you all for the first half an hour. And yes, you'll get certificate, but there will be certificate will given 3 times. Certificate will given to how it will given, what is the process, that all also we are going to see. So the 3 times certificates, attendance will be taken, and attendance will be taken through a Google form. So you have to fill that Google form, and when the attendance will be taken 3 times, you have to fill it 3 times. Once it will be given towards around 9:30, maybe 9:30 a.m. it will given, and one towards the lunch around 1, and one towards the means towards the ending. So it will be given like that, and maybe we'll have a 15-20 minutes break in the lunch, and we'll have 4 5 minute breaks every time we complete a major topic. So that will be there, so you can have your breaks and all. And this recordings will also be there, but you have to attend this live workshop to get the certificate, because the certificates we are going to give the certificates and all here only. Okay, so Google forms and all. So what is all about it, and what am I telling and all these things. So let me share my screen now. Okay, so this is about me. Actually it is live on LinkedIn also. So first let me tell who am I. And because most of you have interacted not with me but our other teacher, like Mausam, you have interacted, maybe you have interacted with Hari, maybe you have interacted with the community manager Muhammad Abdul. So this is about me. So my name is Navindu Vishwas. I am a corporate trainer and a React.js teacher. I have around 16 years of IT experience, and for the past 1 year I'm a full-time trainer. I have my own batches also. I'm a corporate trainer also. In fact, I'm for the past 1 month I was not even in my hometown of Bhopal. I was in Hyderabad and Bangalore taking classes and all. You can see some of my posts and all. So this is about me. This is my LinkedIn profile and all. And I have worked in almost all big companies out there. And past most of my career I was in metros, like 12 year in Mumbai, 4 year in Bangalore, and recently I came back to my hometown in September 2021 to set up my company, which is TWD, which is a tech company. And we specializes in making people helping people become web app developer. Okay, so this is what we do, helping people web develop anyone. We have helped mechanical person, we have helped electronics people. Our students are generally from non-IT background, so that is one of our specialty. Students are from non-IT background. We take physical batches also, and all those things are there. So, and we do a lot on YouTube. If you are here on the YouTube only, you can see that if you go through our channel, just go through our channel. If you're watching it on YouTube, you go through our channel and you'll see that daily we have one or the other live classes. And it is like that. Till now we are not a very big channel, but till now we are able to create 3 developers from our YouTube channel itself. And this is in after this also there are around 150 developers which we have created in the past 1 year since I have become a full-time thing. And there are 2 more teachers who helped me on this journey. One is Masam and one is Hari. So they help me. One is CSS expert, one is JavaScript expert, and I take everything like I have HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But nowadays I concentrate on the channel on React.js mainly, because that is the main thing which is required. So this is about me. I am this. I have published some books also, technical books. You can go through them. YouTuber, yes. And this was my last job. in InnoMinds. It's a Bangalore-based product-based company, and I was an associate architect here. Associate architects are the like architects are the people who are on the top of their technical career. I was leading a group of 10 front-end developers there, so I was on the top of my technical career. I was no manager or nothing, but I was pure coder, and leading a team of 10 front-end developers. I worked in IBM also before that. I worked in almost every big company out there. I worked in L&T Infotech, JP Morgan. Started my career from a government organization. So all those things. So this is about me. So I know what is happening in the industry also, because I am a corporate trainer also. Recently, I took a batch for a very big European giant. So I know what they're asking, what is required in the thing. So how do I know what is the thing which is required? See, nowadays people tell about a lot of things. Okay, this is there, you should learn this, you should learn Python, you should learn PHP, you should learn this, you should learn that, and all those things. You should learn data science and all those things. So all those things are not required. All those things are not required. Those things don't have. Good morning, everyone. Those things don't have that many jobs. Okay, so that's why I want to tell you all what are the things which have jobs. Okay, and this is our company TWD. You'll get a certificate from this company because we are a fully registered company. We give our GST on time. We are a GST registered company. We are registered in Bangalore, and you can search about it more. Okay, so that is there. So you'll get a very good nice certificate which we have already promised if you attend this complete thing. So attendance will be taken 3 times. How the attendance will be taken? So let me tell about that. Then I want to tell a bit more about more about people doubts or coming from some non-IT background. Even if you're from e-computers, you don't know what is required in the industry. Okay, so we'll get three forms like this: 1, 2, 3. But we're going to see soon. So I'm going to send it, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to paste it in the live chat only, and that also in YouTube. If you're watching on LinkedIn, please do come on YouTube and watch it. Okay, so now my YouTube channel is there in my LinkedIn profile. My YouTube channel is there in my LinkedIn profile. Okay, so that is there, and I will come to that. That's a good question. So as is JavaScript are not enough actually. So to get a front end developer job. Okay, so that is there, and you have to fill this form. You have to fill this form. You have to fill this form and fill this form when I give it. So you have to give your email address because we send the certificate only through email. You have to give your name. You have to give what is the role, and you have to give your LinkedIn profile. If you have it, please give your LinkedIn profile. It's a must if you have it. If you don't have it, please you don't have a LinkedIn profile. But if you give a LinkedIn profile, it will be a nice addition. Okay, so that is there. So now Dinesh asked a very good question: is HTML is a JavaScript enough to get a job as a front end developer? No, and my answer is no. It is not enough to get a job as a front end developer. There is one more thing. There is one more thing which is required. Beside this HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, beside this, one more thing is required. So what is that thing which is required? So let me do this web development and show this mind map. Okay, so what are the things which are required to become a front end developer? First thing is HTML, CSS, JavaScript are required. Okay, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are required. But companies don't code their big production projects in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. They code in something known as React.js. 70% of the companies code in this only React.js, which is a JavaScript library, which for that you need to know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript because it is based on all these three things. So without this, you cannot directly jump into React.js. So this is the only thing which is required to get a job. Attendance link will be shared later on. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, so this things HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React.js. So React.js is the thing which is required. Okay, to get a front-end developer job. And beside this, there are two other things are also there: Angular and Vue. But React.js is way ahead of the thing. Most of the corporate trainings which I take for freshers who are just passed out of college, I take for React.js. And this is the thing which just having this thing on your resume will get you a job, because all the things have changed to web app. Web app. No, this is not JS React. It is known as React.js. Okay, it is not JS React. It is known as React.js. Okay, React.js. Okay, so in fact, we take React.js also. I just completed the React.js. Beside this, we every day, Monday to Friday, we have workshops, 1 hour workshop, and every week some different workshops are happening. So this week I took the workshop for React.js Monday to Friday. Generally the workshops happens at 8:30 p.m. IST in the night, but some of the workshops happen in the afternoon also, some might happen in the morning also, but most of the time 8:30 is a prime time in which the workshop happens. So I took the React.js workshop there. So as I've told earlier, we take everything free of cost also on the channel. Beside this, we have our personal boot camps also, in which definitely there will be more mentoring, more on it later on, more mentoring and job guarantees, those things are later on. Okay, so that is there. So this thing, React.js is the thing which you need to know to get a job as a front-end developer. And there are so many jobs. I was telling one person yesterday, he came for a physical batch. So I take physical batch at my hometown of Bhopal. So I just told him, there are nowadays there are more jobs than there are people. So he was a mechanical engineer, and he's working in like a very bad job in here and getting only 15,000. That is the money which people get even after 3 years. So okay, so I told him that just learn React. We are going to help you get learn these things. In fact, a lot of industry people, they always connect me that we want React just developer like this. So React is the main thing. Why React is the main thing? See, all these things are known as web apps. See this thing, which I'm using, this is not a website. This is something known as a web app. This is created using something either React or Angular or something like that. So these all things are web app. LinkedIn is a web app. The LinkedIn is not a website. It is not like a simple website. It's a complicated web. That's why so many people worked on LinkedIn. It's a complicated web. The age of web desktop apps has gone 10 years back in 2010 when Facebook came out. So desktop app has gone away. So that time Java was used a lot to create the desktop app. Nowadays nobody uses desktop app. You're using Facebook in the corporate also. When you go in the corporate, I work in a lot of corporate projects. When you go in, suppose I was working in a project in which the attendance, the swiping thing, the employee card swiping is done. So employee onboarding, complete employee onboarding, how do you swipe, where it is stored, all those things are maintained using a web app only. So login will be there, intranet login will be there, in which you log in, and all those things, complicated things were there. And those kind of things take 2 years to make. So those kind of things are also created using this only React.js. And React.js is the main, like it is used, it is the simplest out of Angular and Vue, and it is used the most. If there are 10 jobs, are there 7 will be React.js, 2 will be Angular, 1 will be Vue. So it is like that. Angular is also good, but Angular is a bit more complicated also. I teach Angular also, but for my personal classes and all, I always prefer React.js, because React.js is the one which will give you a job in startups also. If you're from a mechanical background, electronics background, if you have a gap, if you're a housewife, all those things are there. You won't get a job in a company like Infosys, TCS, because they are very strict. But you'll get a job in a startup easily, because startups prefer skills over those gaps and doing all those things. And even you can get a job in a Google also, because Google also doesn't checks all those things. Okay, so the degrees and all those things. Okay, so that's why I teach React. React is the one which have the most number of jobs in comparison to Angular and Vue also. So the thing is that, okay, so what do you need? So how much time give yourself to become a good developer and get a perfect job which can change your family position? Yeah, that's again a very good job, very good question. Because I was talking to one person. Means he was a senior guy who he returned from Silicon Valley, and he was telling me that development is the only job which can change fortune of the whole family. Because development is the only job. See, if you just look outside after your college, you will see that most of the jobs in India give you only 15,000 rupees. 1 5. Yeah, that's the standard. 15,000 rupees only. Most jobs in India give you. Even after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years max, they will get to 35,000 rupees and all. But developer jobs, maybe they will start with 5,000 also. Maybe you have to work for free also. But the thing is that it goes like this. It goes like this. 1 year React.js developer earn around 10 lakh rupees. Just 1 year of experience of React.js developer. And that means the whether you do a job, whether you do a freelancing, whether you do anything, it doesn't matter. It means the money is like crazy, because everything is having changed to a do a development job and React is in the top of it. How much time it will take master front end? It depends upon you. At least 6 months it will take. If you're from a non-IT background, it will take you 6 months to master. And even our bootcamp student, Alvin, how should I access? Okay, so someone is watching from LinkedIn, so you can access. Okay, 1 second. Let me go to my LinkedIn. I want to tell one more thing. So okay, 1 sec. So you have to. I will give you my YouTube. YouTube. Watching from LinkedIn, so you can access. Okay, so let me 1 second. So first thing is that you come to my YouTube. 1 sec. So who are watching from LinkedIn, please attend here, because I'm not going to give it on LinkedIn. I hardly open this link. Okay, so please attend here. Please attend on my YouTube channel. Okay, so that is there. So someone was asking something. So how much time it takes to become a front end developer? It takes around 6 months to become a front end developer. uh, what is the so I'm not I will not answer many questions. What is the average salary for good web development product based company? Average salary is infinity. So you can get 1 crore also, you can get 5 crore also. It is infinity. So you cannot say anything. Like yesterday only one fresher was commenting, a fresher, just a fresher, he got a job offer of 3 crore rupees, 3 cr per year, 3 cr per year. Okay, and in a good product based company, like most product based companies like Microsoft and all, give around 50 lakhs rupees. Okay, 50 lakhs rupees they give. Okay, but okay, yeah, that's the thing. I worked in customer support. I know that thing. I know all these things. In India, nothing can cross more than 35,000 is the extreme salary. 35,000 is the extreme salary. I know our salary cannot cross more than that. The problem with all the jobs in India or all in the world, except the developer job, is that you're not going to learn something daily. Mostly, what happens after 5 to 10 years, you will get kicked out of the job. So that is something. You go to LinkedIn or anywhere you go, you'll find the people who are like 10 years of experience, they get kicked out of their job because a fresher can do the same job. That is the reality of our world. This is not like government job or something. In 10 years you will kicked out of the customer support job, because I was into production support job for around 5 years. I was kicked out of there. Okay, so that's for sometime else, but that is there. So that is there. And so let me tell about the 3 secrets now. Even at the Yeah, you can get a job like at any level, sir. Get a job even after 7 years gap after BTech, even at a fresher. Yeah, yeah, you can get. But if you want to get at a fresher level, the first thing is that you need to know that you have to start from start. Means you should not like that. I will not do a 5,000 rupees job. Yeah. So one thing I want to tell, in even the lot of developer jobs starts with 5,000 or maximum 15 to 20,000, because the companies like TCS, Infosys, they also pay only 20,000 rupees. Okay, so fresher job, you will think that okay, developer job is also starting from 5,000. Maybe the startup will pay you 5,000 only, but the experience counts. As I was telling, in 1 year, a React.js developer can make more than 10 lakh per annum. So it is like that. You might think that, oh, it is like an ordinary job. Okay, no, it is not like an ordinary job. Okay, so share the attendance link soon. Okay, so that is there. And it doesn't matter you have a 7 year gap. So most of my students have more than 7 years of gap. Okay, so a lot of my students, like, they're from electronics background and all, and they have worked in their primary field, but they are now finding that it is only a 15,000 rupees job, so they don't want to do it. And I have taught them React.js, and there are a lot of people uh, I have taught them, but some of them are still completing the project. See, when I teach someone in my personal batch, my paid batches, the one thing which they have to do is to complete the projects. Without that, I cannot put them in front of people. So that is something which you need to do. And suppose you want to do it on your own. So what are the things? You do it on your own. What are the things? Okay. So please update. Yeah, I know a lot of people are there like that. Okay. And those who are saying the screen is not visible clearly, actually you have to go here. And if you are watching it from YouTube, you have to go here. I am telling it from last time. Okay, so you have to go here, and you have to go here. Okay, one sec. Some ad is running. So this you have to go, and you have this quality, you have to make it as 720p. Okay, so picture quality is not low, because when you watch it on YouTube, what happens, the live videos we are streaming at 720p. That is one of the highest thing we are streaming. Okay, so 720p we are streaming, and you have to change this thing. YouTube by default depends if you're watching from a mobile also, you have to change it to 720p. We are streaming at the highest rate. See this thing. See this thing I am launching, I am showing at my highest possible rate. Okay, so everything is okay. So that is there, and let us quickly do. And what I am going to say, that how much JavaScript do we need to start with JavaScript? I'm beginners in JavaScript right now. See, the thing, this is a very good question. How much JavaScript you need to do is how much JavaScript we tell. You don't need to do way deep into JavaScript, because JavaScript like a vast ocean. It will take even 2 years. Even after 2 years, JavaScript will not be complete. Okay, so that is there. How much we take, because React just requires the knowledge of JavaScript. Angular requires the job knowledge of JavaScript, because the main projects you're going to do it in these things only, React and all. You're not going to do it in JavaScript and all. But there is, so how much JavaScript we teach, only that much is required. Don't go deeper than that. Okay, that is there. And one more thing, this is the last thing which I'm telling. After that, I'm going to share the first attendance form, and also start with HTML. And too many questions people are asking, maybe some other time I will do that thing. Okay, so now the thing is that how a lot of you are from some non-IT backgrounds, just like I'm seeing this seeing someone, Anand. He actually was preparing for UPSC. Very common thing in India. A lot of my students have like done 7 8 years of UPSC preparation. I know from where you're coming. UPSC, MPSC, all those things. Okay, so those things are there. A lot of my students are like that only. Okay, so societal pressure, parental pressure, don't knowing what is there. So those things are there. So what you need to do, you need to do three things when you are going to start. If even if you start on your own, or join some of our boot camp, or do so from some other boot camp, this is the three things you need to do. You need to do a lot of networking. Okay, networking means you need to be visible on this platform: LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook groups. So LinkedIn, out of this, I would say the LinkedIn is the most important thing. So LinkedIn is something which, if you see LinkedIn, I have more than this 20,000 followers it is showing, but I have more than 22,000 connections. I am a influencer in LinkedIn. So this have not happened in 1 day or 2 day, something like that. It took some time. But I'm not telling you to have this much thing, but you start adding people on LinkedIn. Suppose I'm staying in a small town in MP, and I want to crack into the software industry, and I don't want to go outside MP. So I will target people in Bhopal and Indore, and I will add them in my network. LinkedIn allow you to add 50 people per week. So I will add 50 people per week in my network, and I will update my profile to have something good, and all those things are there. And slowly I will build up my network. Then all those things have to do. And beside this, I also have to put up some put up some projects, like, see, this is one of my son. I have to put up some projects, like I have to make it like good, and he's one of my intern. uh, if I go its activities, like see, he has built a lot of projects. He has built a lot of projects, and this is something which you need to do: add people and then start showcase your project. This is like, this thing is known as coding in public. So you start doing like this, and you develop this. So this guy had done this a lot, and because of that only he got a internship in our company also. So he learned React and all those things. The more experience you get, the better you get. Okay, so see, he has got also more than 3,000 followers, because I have taught him how to be visible on LinkedIn also. So you have to be visible on LinkedIn also. And LinkedIn is the best platform for getting a job. It is not like some Naukri and all. Just you put your profile and no, you have to be engaging here on LinkedIn. You have to engage people on LinkedIn. Okay, so this is something you do on Twitter also, the same thing. Instagram is like, Instagram, you follow people who are like developers and all. See, if you see my Instagram, okay, if you see my Instagram, and if you see, I do a lot of career related shorts, and all those things. So you follow people like me. There is one person like Tane Pratap. You follow this guy. This guy is like crazy. Like this guy is you follow him. Like he answered, he's like very big in Instagram. He was a ex Microsoft, and he have his own startup and all. And so he gives some very good suggestions there. So follow people like me, follow people like him on Instagram. Don't follow those filmy people and all those things. So this is the thing which you need to do on Instagram also. There will be 3 attendance, okay. So, and Facebook groups are like the best thing to get a freelancing job, or to get anything. Like freelancing things comes a lot in JavaScript. Facebook groups are there, React.js Facebook groups are there. So those things are there. Then there is another thing which is very much required, which is this daily action. Without this, nothing happens. You have to code 2 hours daily. So I was telling someone that it will take you 6 months to become a front-end developer and change the destiny of not yourself but your family also, because it doesn't matter. Okay, so what you are here. Okay, so one second. Okay, so you have to code that thing, but it is like, if even if it is easy to become a developer, it is not that easy. You have to code daily 2 hours, then you have to understand all those things, then only you can get it. Okay, so one second. One second. Okay, so a lot of people following our videos also, they got jobs and all. So this is one person who got into VMware. This is one person, he got just a React.js job by watching our videos. Okay, and this is the best one. A person who was this person was a mechanical engineer, and he got a job on a startup. I guided him a lot. Means he's not from any of my paid boot camp and all. I guided him a lot and told him to code in public, build all those LinkedIn profile and all, and he got a job like a mechanical engineer getting a job in IT. A lot of people have self doubts here, like I'm a mechanical engineer, I have a 7 years of XP gap, how will get a job? This guy got a job. See, mechanical engineer don't even know how to start a computer. So this person got a job. Okay, so that is there. So this is like amazing, anybody can get a job like this. Okay, there is a very good story, like a watchman, how Zoho watchman got a job as a front-end developer. Okay, so I'm not making it Zoho security. Okay, so see this. This is a new employee. See, this guy was a 10th pass Zoho security officer, and this guy got a job as a developer. Just he learn after his work. So this is like this. This is something which can happen. Like crazy things happen. Nobody require anything. This guy is hardly 10th pass. He cannot even speak proper English, I think. Okay, so this is like this, anything can happen here. So that is there. So you have to code 2 hours, and if possible you take challenges, and you do 100 days of code challenge. This is a very good challenge, you do that thing, or 100 days of 100 project challenge. So learn about it. Okay, someone is asking something, but it's time to give the first attendance form, and I will give the first attendance form, please, all of you, and I will answer that last thing. And this is not all about. So now the next thing, attendance 1. So attendance 1 I'm giving, please fill all. There will be 3 attendances. Okay, this is the first one. Second one and third one will be given later on. Second one during the lunch around 1. Third one during the last. Okay, so I will also pin it, so you will get it. Okay, so that is there. So that is there. Someone asked one more question, I'll answer that. After that we're going to start, because if you want to learn about more of your career doubts and all those things, you can join one of our WhatsApp group. Maybe you're from a WhatsApp group, so you can join one of our WhatsApp group. Maybe one of my teacher or me will help you in your career doubt. There is one last question, and there will, yeah, we are also humans, we will take breaks definitely, and we cannot take 8 hours continuously. Okay, so there will be breaks. So how should my approach be learning JavaScript? Like, should it be project based learning or solving questions just like other languages like Java and C++? First you learn the basics and then you have to do projects. So always we tell about project based learning. First learn the theory from us and then do a lot of projects. We do a lot of projects also on our channel, and you can start doing the projects from there and start doing your own projects. So that is like that. We do a lot of projects on our channel also. Always like JavaScript projects we do, React projects we do, CSS projects we do. So we do combination of both on a channel. We do this trainings also on a channel, we do projects also on a channel, both of them we do. Okay, so enough of it. Now people have started filling the attendance forms, and okay, so please fill it. And we are going to start with, as I told, this is mainly a boot camp. So first half an hour we have done the basic knowledge. Now it's time to start with a HTML. So HTML will start now. Okay, so we'll have our first break after HTML is done. HTML will mostly take around an hour or even less than that. Okay, so that is there. So you'll be able to open the YouTube link. Okay, so please check it again. You might. Okay, so let me also check it once again. Someone is telling this is the last time I am checking. Okay, so this is the link. You have to just click it here, and I think it is opening. So someone is telling it is not opening, but it is opening. Click it here and it is definitely opening. Okay, it is opening. Okay, so even if you go through the scalar ads also, you learn that JavaScript and all these things are there. Okay, so let's get started, and we'll start with HTML. So for HTML, what do we need to do for HTML? For HTML, we need to first, where we are going to code, where does front end and developers code everything from. So front end developers code everything not in Notepad plus plus and all, they were done like 12-13 years back. Nowadays there is something known as VS Code. Yeah, VS Code only, you should do only in VS Code. VS Code, you just Google it and VS Code is there, and you have to download this VS Code, and like this it will be there, and you download it. It is very easy to install and all also. And if you are finding it difficult, it's a totally free thing from Microsoft, very lightweight. My students have like i3 fourth generation 4 GB of RAM, so it will even run on that. So this is a very lightweight code editor which you need to download. Okay, so because to get started you need this thing. There are a lot of features which I cannot tell in there, that it will be there in other lightweight code editor. Notepad plus plus nothing is there. Okay, so you have to do that thing. For a Windows also it is there and all. In fact, I have a Windows system also, and when I took that Windows system, I did a tutorial on it, how to install that on a Windows system. Because if you find it difficult how to install, a lot of you are from non-IT background, so you'll find it difficult. So I've given the whole thing how to install it. You can watch that video how to install that on a Windows system and all. On my channel it is there, you have to find it out on my channel, it is there. Okay, so you have to install it, and when you install it, you'll get, open it, it is not showing. Okay, so it will be there in a Windows also, it will come somewhere. So this VS Code, it will open something like this, it will open VS Code. Now to write my HTML code, so what do I need to do here? Okay, so first thing is that I like to organize everything properly. So in my, this is a finder, it is like a file explorer in Windows. So I will create a new folder, HTML. basics, and all of this code also will give HTML basics. And here what I need to do here, I'll tell the most easiest way to start here. So HTML basics we have here. I will click here and I will drag it here. So I will drag it here like this. I will drag it here. Windows also it is like this. Okay. So I will drag it here and this folder will be opened here. Okay. So now to make it a bit smaller, this much is okay. Okay. So that is there. Now what I need to do here, so I need to create a file here. So what happens with HTML files go with a .html extension, because all the files in Windows or anywhere they go with some extension like jpg with .jpg extension, png, doc, and all those things. Okay, so if you want a WhatsApp group link, maybe one sec. WhatsApp link is this. Click on this WhatsApp link. Those who want to be in connection with us, please do join this link. Okay, so that is there. Now this HTML basics I've done. Now here I'll do a create a file. So how I created this file, I clicked here and this new file and index.html I'll do index.html. Now index.html I'll do, and I have also closed it by clicking here. Okay, so here I have closed it. Now I want to get the basic HTML structure. So I can write the whole HTML structure by my own, but it will waste a lot of time. So how do I will write the HTML structure? So there is a shortcut here. You'll do a shift. So that is one of the reason which we are telling that you need to have this VS Code. You should not write it in a Notepad or Notepad++ VS Code. It has got a lot of shortcuts and a lot of other things also. Soon we are going to say. Okay, so this not I will going to take. Not I have taken, and then I will press the tab. Press the tab. There is a tab is there. Tab, you will press it. So what I'm going to get here, so I'm going to get the basic structure of HTML here. So okay, so I will take you all through all what is the basic structure of HTML and all. So first thing is this, it is written like doc. Say HTML are always like this pointed brackets. So this doc type HTML is there. Doc type HTML means this is HTML version 5. So who is doing this versions and all? So versions and all are been done by a committee known as W3C committee, which governs HTML, and it sits of course in the US. So because US invented everything, so this sits in the US, they governs HTML, they releases different versions of HTML and all. Before version 5 there was HTML version 4 was there. 2015 HTML version 5 was released. So this thing doc type HTML, it tells that this document is HTML version 5. Then after that there is HTML tags are always like it will start and it will end. See this HTML tag, it is starting and it is ending. Inside it everything is there. So HTML tag lang in English means language is English, and HTML tag is starting and it is ending here. It means that everything inside it is HTML. And HTML tag has two important things, two important other tags. One is the head tag and one is the body tag. Body tag is much more important, but in head tag, something related to the HTML documents goes. In the head tag, something related to the HTML document goes. We don't see much of the things. So all of the things in the site also which you are seeing, it is done in the body tag of it. Okay, head tag contains something known as a meta, something known as a title, and it will soon also when we're going to learn CSS, we're going to see that we can put the CSS links and all those things here. Okay, so yeah, we can give any other link like if you go to any site like here, I don't know whether it is having or not. So generally if some site has got like about.html and all, it has got a lot of things. You'll see that actually those things are like about.html, contact.html. Okay, index, what is index.html? Index.html, generally it's the index is a very common name. Whenever you go to a home page of any site, if you make it as index.html, it will be the home page. Like you don't have to like slash root is something like that. That was a good question. Okay, so that is there. So what is this title? Title is whatever title you are seeing it here, It is something like that. So HTML, I'll add only HTML, and we're soon going to see what will come here. But before that, let me tell about this meta tag, and this title will come here. I have told. What is this meta tag? Meta tag is something which, as a front end developer, as a web developer, we don't need to know much. Meta tag is something which has been used by digital marketers a lot, and they are used for SEO, search engine optimization. Why? Because meta tag is used by Google, the biggest search engine in the world. Google uses this meta tag, and there are some keywords and all in this meta tag which you can put, and the digital marketers, they know what keywords to put. So when you put keywords and all, so keywords and what all are what, suppose this website is there, I want it to have a good rank on Google. I'll put lightweight code editor in the keyword, comma easy code editing, comma free download, free code editor. So all those things I'll put in this site. This is actually by Microsoft. So I'll put this thing and go to the meta tag. It will go to the meta tag. So now someone will come to Google and they will search for free code editor. And if my SEO is good, this will be the first thing which will be shown on the search. So because what happens in Google and all, the Google works in a principle known as, Google have got a lot of automated bots are there. They're known as Google bots. They scan the whole of internet, which even Google doesn't know how big it is, because it is very big. It scans the whole of internet 2 to 3 times a day. And when it scans the whole of internet, it goes to every site, and every site it goes and check the meta tag and other different things of those sites. And those things also keeps on changing. So mainly the meta tags and all, it keeps on changing so that it can index that site. Okay, this site, if someone is searching for a free code editor, I will put this site, because it is shown in the meta tag and all. It is like that. So that is what Google does. That is how Google works and all. That is how it is done. Okay. So this is what the meta tag is all about. But mainly as a developer, developers don't need to know much about it. Digital marketer need to know about it a lot, because they are the one who does the SEO and all. Okay. So the key, what is the key shift plus tab? Okay. So what is key shift plus? How did I got this thing? Is like, I did a not and then a not and then a tab. So it will give me the basic structure of HTML. Okay. So I will again put it as a HTML here. Now we'll come to the body, because body is the main thing in which everything happens. Body is the main thing, and HTML is all about different tags, and we're going to learn about different tags in HTML. So first thing I'll do a H1. H1 I'll do, and we're going to learn about the H1. H1 is known as a heading tag, and most of the tags in HTML are like starting and ending. I will write a HTML dash quotes, and then I will write a P. P means paragraph. And in paragraph, I will give something from here. Maybe I'll give something from here. Maybe this one I'll give. I'll give this thing, and I will save it. Now, where to see this thing? To see this thing, I have to go back here. See, the HTML basic folder is there. Right click, and the index.html has been shown. Index.html has been shown, and now this I will do, and right click. Okay, if I open it directly, it will open in my default browser. So in my Mac, I have a default browser of Safari. I don't want to open in that. Mostly in Windows, you will have a Edge browser. So if I right click, I can open it with any browser. So I will open it with actually Chrome. Okay, because that is what I'm using it here. So I opened it in a Chrome. So see, everything is coming like this. HTML which I've written in the title, it is coming here. H1 is a big tag, heading tag, it is shown here. And then after this P tag has been shown here. Okay, P tag has been shown here. Everything like whatever I've written in here, I just copied it from there and it has been shown here. So that is there, but this is not the perfect way to show everything. Okay, so why? Suppose I have another P tag here, and okay, I just closed that site. So I just wanted to take something from it, but I just closed it. So you cannot always take something from something, and anyways this all things are copyrighted. So what happens in IT industry, people take dummy text, but you don't take any dummy text like that. Okay, any dummy text I will take. There is a special dummy text known as lorem ipsum. lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum. Okay, so lorem ipsum, it is the name, lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum is a very old dummy text, old kind of dummy text, and its history goes back 200 years. Because what happens, when the printing press was invented, like the newspaper were invented first time 200 years ago, then they also wanted to have those dummy text, so that before the first print they wanted to give, they want to text that everything is coming correctly or not. So this lorem ipsum thing was created, and that lorem ipsum is even coming in the web development now, so that I can have some dummy text. There are a lot of generators, lorem ipsum generators you can get, but VS Code again comes inbuilt with lorem ipsum generator. So what you have to do, you have to write LOREM and then press the tab, and it will create this dummy text for me. I'll save it. But if I go back here, it is not been shown. Why it is not been shown? Because it doesn't directly shows like this. You have to refresh it. So I refresh it, then it will be shown. When I refresh it, then only it will be shown. Okay, so that is there, then only it is shown. So that is it. But I don't want to refresh every time. If I change everything every time, I'm going to refresh it. If you're okay, it is okay. So then what will happen, every time even I do a small thing, I have to refresh the browser. There is something, again the VS Code comes to our rescue. There is a VS Code contains these small extensions which are created by independent developer, like small programs, and they have added it free of cost. So you come here and do a live search. Where I came here. I came here in this extensions. Live I have searched. This live server will come. Just you will search live server will come. The first program, and you have to install this program from Ritvik Day. This one only you have to install, and there will be a installer enable thing. For me it is showing disable because I've already installed it. You see a installer enable thing, you install and enable thing. So what is the benefit of it? So now what will happen, if I do a right click here, and I will get this option, open with live server, or I'm getting here also, go live, any one of this thing. Maybe I'll first time I'll show it here, open with live server I'll do. But it will open in my this Safari. I don't want to open it in the Safari. I will save it here. So it is opening in some weird kind of thing like this thing. This is actually local hosting. You don't need to know much about it, but it is also saying that server started at this. Okay, some port has started. Now what will happen? Suppose I will come here and I will delete this thing and I will save it. See, it is not saved. I'll do a Control S to save it. See, it got auto refreshed. It got auto refreshed and it is gone. But if I go back here, no, it is still there. I have to manually refresh it. So I don't want to do these things. That's why I'm working it live server. So I will get back here. So that is there. Now, as I've told, we're done with the setup and all. So HTML is all about tags. So first tag which is there is the heading tag, which we have seen this thing, heading tag. So but there is not only one heading tag, there are actually 6 heading tags. What are the 6 heading tags? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are of different sizes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are of different sizes. This HTML tags, they are of different sizes. Okay, so you might have gone to a website. There is a heading, then there is a subheading, and all those things. So the heading tags are of different sizes. Till S6 they are there. And paragraph tag also we have seen, but paragraph tag I will do another paragraph again. I want to show something and do a lorem. Save it. Okay, so before moving forward, I want to tell one more thing. So there is something known as comment, not only in HTML but in all programming language. So I will write HTML, no, heading, heading tag, and I will select it and do a control backslash, and it will show like this, heading tag and paragraph graph tag, paragraph tag, heading tag, and paragraph tag. So these are known as comment. When I put this comment, you will see it is not been shown here. It is heading tag and paragraph tag. They are not been shown here because this is for the developer and this is for the end user. So developer, why do developer put comment? So that they can understand what this code means, or their fellow developers can know what this code means. So therefore heading tag. For this case, I want to tell what this means. So this is a heading tag, paragraph tag. I'll do this. These are known as comments. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to see is, okay, one second. So there are two types of tags. One is like this inline element, and one is block level element. This all things are known as block level element. This h1p, why they are known as block level elements? Most of the HTML tags are block level elements, and there are a lot of HTML tags, more than 10,000 maybe, but we are going to tell only the important HTML tags. So please don't waste your time going through all of those tags. If you require some more tags, when you go into some project, you will get to know about it. We will tell about all the important HTML tags. Please don't go beyond that. See, today what we are doing, telling, it is what we tell in our paid course also. Okay, so this is everything. This is like everything we are going to tell here. So please don't go beyond that, and if you go beyond that, you'll waste your time. Okay, because the things is that the main aim should be learn React.js. So whatever you tell here, only do that much thing and practice those things, and don't go beyond that. You'll waste your time, because I've seen people who do HTML for 6 months, but it is not required. Okay, so yeah, there are more than 10,000 tags. Yeah, and if you want to learn more about them, you can go to W3C site and waste your 1 year in that. I know people who have wasted their 1 year in learning HTML tags for more than 1 year. But HTML doesn't take more than 3 to 4 days to learn. If you want to waste, or if you want to utilize your time, do CSS projects. CSS is something which requires a lot of time to learn. Okay, a lot of time to learn. A lot of time to master actually, because CSS is considered as artistic. An artist takes time to be created. Okay, so if you want to utilize your time, utilize it in CSS, not in HTML. Now, HTML is like only hardly 6 days. It should, if you are fresher, it should take not more than 6 days. Okay, so that is there. So all the H1 I've done, P I have done, and all these things. So these things are known as your block level elements. Why they are known as block level elements? They are known as block level elements because, see, this thing could have come here also. This thing could have come here also. Everything could have come in one line, but they are taking their own block. They're coming in its own line. So that's why they are known as block level element. Even this paragraph is there. Paragraph could have come. This second paragraph could have started from here, but it is going to the next line. So because they are block level elements, so they are coming in their own line. So these are not block level. Some of the tags are your inline elements. So we're going to learn about some of the inline tags also. So the next tag which I'm going to tell is the link tag, or it is also known as the anchor tag, a very popular tag which all of you might have seen, because even if you're not from IT background, all have visited Facebook and all those things. Okay, there is no one right now on the planet who have not visited Facebook, because even the old people have visited. Everyone have visited Facebook and everything. So href, so anchor tag href is there, and it is like, I'll do a learn web development. I'll do, okay. And this href, you can give the link to any site. Here you can give the link to any site. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I am going to give this link, which is to my blog site, the webdev.tech. I'll give that link. Okay, so there's no shortcut key for heading tag. Like any tag you write and then press the tab key, that it will complete it. Any tag, there's no shortcut key. Okay, so I will tell that thing. Okay, so 70% of tags are block level only. So this anchor tag I have written href is http the web dev. So here I have to write the link and then have written this thing. Okay, I will save it. So it will come like this kind of links you might have seen, although there is a lot of css involved so that this link can become good. So what does this learn web development is coming, underline is coming, and if you are, I'm seeing it as a purple, but if you see it for the first time you will see it as blue color. Okay, so that is there. So and then I will click here and it will open my site. But what it is opening, it is opening in the same tab, which is not a good thing. All of you must have seen something like that. If you click some link in YouTube or like linkedin and all you click some link, it will open it in a different tab. It will open it in a different tab. So why does it open it in a different tab? Okay, so because that is good for marketing. That is good for marketing. You don't want to open like maybe I will have some link, maybe I'll have. Okay, so where is my, okay, one sec. So I want to show, it's not even giving. Okay, so now this they have disabled the links also, so that is okay. Okay, see this, there is a link here. In this link, this linkedin, there is a link. I'll click here. It is not opening in the same tab. It is opening, this is my, by default this is my podcast. Okay, so it is opening it in a different link. It is opening it in a different link. Okay, so because that is good for SEO again. So no website, see this, all websites make money the more you stay on these things. So if I open this thing in the same thing, it will open, I will go away from this website. So it is not a good marketing thing to open it in the same thing. But right now my, this link is opening in the same tab. So there is something in the anchor tag only through which you can open that link in a different tab. So I'll do a href, and which one I will give. Okay, maybe I'll give today's video only. I'll give the link for that. Yeah, and that link will be valid after this video. So I've given this thing, and then right, bootcamp, bootcamp. Okay, so here if I again give like this, it will open it in the same tab. But there is one more attribute here, like href. I have one more attribute which is known as target equal to underscore blank. Target equal to underscore blank. I will save it. Now the bootcamp came beside it, and if I click it, it is opening in a different tabs. It is opening in a different tab, and this is opening in the same tab. So this is coming because I have given the target equal to blank, and this is a first. This is a first inline element also. Also, see, two anchor tag I have given. The second anchor tag is not going in the next line, it is coming in the same line. If I give 10 anchor tags also after this, this will go till the end of the line. So these are known as inline element. You don't have to learn it, you will just see what are them, and the moment you put it in an HTML document, you don't have to mug up these things. You will know. See, the h1 tag and a p tag, they are all block level element. Anchor tag is a inline element. So that is like that. So that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is the list tags. Okay, list tags. Here we are going to learn, there are two types to give the list. One is a ul I'll do, and here inside the ul li is there, and item 1, 2, 3, 4, ul I have mentioned. Then so this is ul. Ul is full form of ul is known as unordered list, and li is known as list item. Everything in HTML means something. Okay, so list item. So that is there, and you can see that unordered list, this dot. Yeah, and Mosam is saying, please do like the video. It will help us to reach more people. How much people have liked it? Okay, so let me see. Please, only 26 likes are there. Please do like the video and please do subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed yet. Please do. It helps us reach more people. Okay, so that is there. So this thing is like list item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5. This dot will come because it is an unordered list. So this is a very common thing, unordered list. But there is another type of list which is known as a ordered list also. OL means ordered list, and then LI again. The maybe I'll copy this thing, copy and paste, copy and paste. So this is the ordered list. See the difference in the ordered list is there. Ordered list, it will show like this: 1 2 3 4 5, the numbers. It starts showing the number. So if I increase this will increase the number. This will increase the number. 6, it is increasing the number. So this is known as a ordered list. Okay, ordered list. So this is about the list tag. Now we are going to learn about the table tag, and table tag is the first tag which I say don't mug it up. You should know the table tags are there because there are a lot of tags here. Don't mug it up, and you can always come back to some site. I'll tell a good site is there, and to know the format of it. Table tags we have to learn now, and they're not used that much nowadays, but maybe if you go to a website, you see that there are some pricing things are there. Those things are created using tables and all, so you can see that thing. So here I'll go and table. I'll do table is the main thing. And then table have a two part: t head and t body. T head and t body. Like HTML document has a header and a body, so it has also a t head and a t body. Then after this, in the t head, I will have a tr, table row. Tr means table row. Inside that, I will have a th. Th means table header, not table head, table header. So I will have a name, age, and email. Name, age, and email. So if I save it, so you'll see this thing. Bold is, I have not given it bold, but it is coming at this bold. So this t body is there. In this t body, now here I will have the rows. So again, I'll have a tr, table row. But here, instead of table header, I'll have something known as table data. Table data. And here I can have window and 1 2 3 only. Then the age. Then email. Okay, so these three things I will have. So like this, I can have a lot of rows. Whatever rows I need, I can have those, all the rows I can have. Okay, so like this, I can have. Okay. Let's save it. So it will come like this. So table. So one thing you should notice that without CSS, HTML is very ugly. CSS is all the thing which makes the website looks very good. Okay, so that is there. Now the main tag. So the main tag we are going to learn, and this is the main tag in HTML, and these tags are known as the form tag. Okay, form tag. But before the form tag, I have come a bit down here. So I want to give two small tags, tell about two small tags. One is a HR. HR means horizontal root. It doesn't have an ending. If I save it, a line will be created. Before the HR, I will have a BR. BR means break row. It will give a space. So you'll see that thing. A space will be created. Okay. So again, I will have this BR and HR. And inside this, I will have the form tag. Form tag. I will have the form tag. Okay, form tag, and here form tags, because it's a lot of tags are there. So I'll have a F for rm form, And form tags are the most important thing in HTML, especially if you want to become a web app developer, if you want to be a React.js developer, because that is the thing which differentiate a website from a web app. Like websites are something which are like don't have that many jobs, like a small website, static website, like a kirana shop website which has got some static page, something about it, no. But if you create some e-commerce website or something like that, uh, suppose take the example of Amazon. When you go to Amazon, you have to log into Amazon. So you give your data. First time you go and sign up to Amazon, you give all of your data and you sign up to Amazon. So those data are taken in a form, and those data are stored in the Amazon web server in the US. So those data are stored there. Next time you log in, then also you give it in a form. Then in Facebook case, suppose Facebook is a Facebook, you also post something. There is a box in there in which you post something in Facebook. So those things are also taken through a form. Those things are also taken through forms. Okay, so that is there. Now the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do so form tag consists of all these things. So let me create 2 3 things, then I will tell more about it. Label, I'll do label for, I have to give, and here I will give a name and name. Then input type text name equal to name, and there is a ID also equal to name. I'll tell what are all these things. One sec. Okay. I'll have age. This I will have a number. This I will have a number. And this I'll have a age. This I'll have a age. Save it. So see, now this name, whatever I've given in the label, this has come here. And whatever I've given is here. This input box, which you all might have seen when you have gone to Facebook or any other site for the first time, registration and all. So it is not possible that you have not seen it. Okay, so here I can write something like this, and age is something I can give a number, and then I can increase it. This is coming because input type text is there for text, input type number is for number. But what is this label and input? What is this label and input? Label and input are used to give something like the input boxes, and one input is always associated with a label, like they are a couple. So how they are a couple? They are couple because they are having this for an ID. For an ID has same. For an ID has same. For is having something known as name, and ID is also something known as a name. So this is something which is unique. Okay, this is something which is like unique. For is having this name, and ID is also having this name. Okay, for is having this age, and ID is also having this age. So that's how they are a couple. That's why they are related to each other. That's how they are coupled. Okay, so for an ID they are associated with each other. For an ID they are associated with each other. Now what is this name? Name is there. Name is here. So name is something which will be needed when we are going to send this data to the backend. Okay, send this data to a backend. A front-end engineer also needed to know not a bit of backend, but should know how to send the data to the backend. That is something which we teach in our React.js class, or maybe in our JavaScript class also. We are going to teach that thing because that is something in the JavaScript domain. So all this data, when you go to Facebook and all this data you type, and when you click the submit button, it goes to Facebook. Okay, so how the server will know that what is this data? That it will know from this name tag, that I'm going to tell right now also, but later on. So that is something which I'm going to tell. So this name tag is for the server. So now the next thing is that everything is coming in one line. I don't want everything to come in the same line. Okay, if you were using CSS, we could have done a different thing, but right now we are not using CSS, we're using just HTML. So there is another tag known as a div tag. It doesn't mean much. It just means that it's a you'll see div tag being used a lot in HTML. it creates a block. Like you always try to have different blocks in HTML. So div tag is there, and with this div tag, what will happen, I will, it is also block level element. So I will put this inside this div tag, and I will create another div tag, and I will put this inside that, and I'll save it. See, it will come to its own line, different lines it will come. But now there is very less space between them. So what I'm going to do here, I'll do a BR here. BR creates a space, we know this thing. So now there will be some space, and it is looking okay, okay. Okay, so next thing which we are going to do, let us do some more things. So the next thing which we are going to do is the text area. So text area is very common in a Facebook. When you write some post, it is actually a text area. But again, I want it in a different line. So br and div I'll do, and then the label I'll do, and for message and message, and then text area. Okay, it is giving a lot of things. ID name will be message, ID will be message, calls and rows you can give, but I don't need them. And one more thing here, it is important to know is that text area have an ending. See, this input doesn't have an ending. It is okay to have it like this, but text area has an ending. So this is how it is created. Then if I save it, so I will have this text area also. So text area, how it is different from the input, you all know. In the input you can give only the single line, and in this I can give like multiple lines. This, like the Facebook post, this a Facebook post, only the difference is that there is some spaces also added here. Okay, so this is how it is done. Now I will do the next thing, which is a drop down. Drop down is again something which all of you might have seen. So label and color and favorite color, and select name is color, and color I'll do, and options, its value is red, and it will be red color, green color, blue color is there. So I'll save it, and it is the, this drop down will be created, and this drop down I can go and select any one of them. So what is this option? What is this value? Value is again something which will go to the backend. I'm not going to send something like red color, green color, blue color, but this single thing which I'm going to send. I'm going to show how it will go with the combination of name. So suppose I select this blue color, then it will go like color equal to blue. It will go like this. Okay. So okay. Yeah, so div tag I've used so many times, because or else everything will come in the same line. Okay, so the problem with most of the your this form level things are that label is also inline, input is also inline, everything is inline elements. So to make it come in different lines, so if you go to Facebook also, you might be seeing that everything comes in a different line, like name, age, messages. So first time I'm talking about the first time when you sign up to Facebook, so all these things will come like this. Okay, so that is there. So that's why we use div, so that it can come in a different line, or else it will all come in the same line which I've shown earlier. Okay, so which I've shown earlier, or else it will come, everything will come in one line as I've shown earlier. So maybe I will show one last time why we're taken. So you see, I've removed the div tag here. Now see, all of this are coming in the same line. These two things are coming in the same line. So for that we have taken. Okay. So this we have done. Now we are still not done with our form, because there are some more things in the forms. So like the next thing is the checkbox. So we're going to learn the checkbox. Again, inside a div I'll give. So here I'll do h4 and what do you own, I will do, and then input type is checkbox. Input type is checkbox. Name equal to vehicle 1. Value equal to bike, and id equal to bike. Okay, I will have the label here. So label is something which you can have after it also. Okay, label of bike and bike there. Now I will have a vehicle 2 and so I'll have this thing. So this is a checkbox. Again, this is something which you can, yeah, br tag only put one line of a space. Okay, so that is it. And this bike and car, this is a checkbox which again you have seen a lot in Amazon site, and also you've seen a lot this thing. Checkbox is something which is used for multiple selection, like you can select one thing also, or you can select multiple things also. So this is the checkbox things which we have all seen. So let me give this once an example also. Like if I go to amazon.com, so this is a drop down. So like this, drop downs are there. So like drop downs which we have created, like this drop down. Okay, and maybe electronics, or maybe laptop I'll do. So see, this laptop I've done, and I've got these check boxes. So these are the check boxes. So check boxes mainly are for like this. If I create by default it will show all the laptops, but I click on HP, it will show HP. If I click on this, it will show this, and it will select like this. It will, so it is like this. So check boxes are like this, and this is everywhere in the internet. Everything is there. Drop down check boxes. Radio boxes I cannot show. Radio boxes is something which is always done when you are registering for something. Okay, so radio boxes. Now we are going to see the radio boxes, and here one thing to notice is the check boxes, the value is different, the name is different. But now we are going to see the radio box. The radio box, I will show the br and div, and here one of the most popular thing of radio boxes is to take the gender. Gender are generally, you can select only one gender. Okay, so they are generally taken with the radio box. So input type is radio, and name equal to gender, and value equal to male, id equal to male. Okay, then label for is male, and gender female, female. Other. Okay, so I'll save it. So see, the gender is coming like this. Okay, so again, I've taken the label after it, and here if I select on male, then I select on female. See, the it is, I can select only one of them, And one of the other reason is here. See the name here. Name here was vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 for checkbox. But name here is gender. For all these three, the name here is gender. So this is how we do it. So we are still not done with the forms. There's some other important forms element are also there, and I'm going to tell about that. And if you want to learn about all the form element, there is one link which you should go. When you search for HTML tutorial, you'll get that link only first, which is W3C link and input types. But there is an input types is there, in which it shows all the different input types. Actually, the input types which I have told right now, they were the only input type till 2015. But in 2015, a lot of things were added in HTML. So a lot of different input fields have come. So you can go through this link and see all the different links. But again, I am going to tell all the important link. What if we need 1,000 lines of space? Then we have to use 1,000 BR. Yeah, if you don't know CSS, you have to do like that. But if you know CSS, you will do the same thing with something known as padding. We never uses like this is not HTML was released in 1993. CSS was released in 1995. Nobody uses pure HTML. Everybody uses with that CSS, because without CSS, the sites can be like they're like real ugly. Okay, so that you are not going to do write 1,000 BRs, and you're going to put some CSS like padding and all. Okay, so that is okay. Now I will tell about name and all. Okay, so that is there. And I'm going to tell about from this link. There are some more important things which we need to know. First thing is that there is a, so we've seen most of this thing. There is a input type color is there. If you see this thing, this color, I will just put it here, and yeah, and live. Value is something which goes to the backend. We are going to see that thing. And name is something which is required for the backend. Okay. So again here, select your favorite color, and input type only color is been chosen. If I save it, you come here and you'll see that this thing will get opened. And nowadays HTML has become a lot much more easier and all. So I can select a color here, and that color name will actually go to the backend when I select something. This is a good thing. Then the best thing is this input type date. So earlier, before HTML version 5, we have to write some pretty complicated code in JavaScript to do this thing. Okay, so nowadays this input type date is like a very good thing, and it has made our life very much easier. So you go to any site, you have to give your date of birth and all those things. Like when I think when you register, you have to give that thing. So if I go here, see what is coming, just input type date I have given, and now I can give the date and all. So everything has become a quite more easier, so I can select the date and all. So this is again a very good thing. And then one more thing I want to tell, which is like input type file. Go there. So input type file, again the type is file. If I come here, I can choose a file. So if anyone has gone to naukri.com and all, there you have to upload your resume. See, I just put an input type file, and I can upload like anything like this I can do. So this is what is done. So now we have done all these things. Now we have to submit this thing. So how we submit this thing? So again, submit, there is something known as input type submit, and just the value equal to anything I can take it, send and do. So here the value is different. So a button will be created. Input type submit will create a button with this send it thing. It will create this button. Okay. So but there is one thing is there. first thing, this input type submit is that it is inside a form, because we are going to soon going to see a button without this, like normal button also is there. So when we have this input type submit button, it is a special kind of a button. We are going to see that also. So now if I come here and write something here, and then this is good, then I will select the green color. I will select both of them. I will select mail. I will select here maybe this blue color. I will select anything. I will choose a file, and then see it closely. When I click on this send, what will happen? You'll see that this will first get reload, and there will be something which will come here. If I send it, see it got reload, and all of the data which I have entered has gone away. From here it has gone where? Here it has gone to here, all of the data. It's a big thing, so let me cut it, and let me paste it so that we can see it, but I'll comment it out so that it doesn't hamper it with this. See, someone was asking what is the name and what is this value again. So this name, see, name is very important thing. When it's, so this data is something which will go to the backend, and there are different ways to show it to go to the backend. In the JavaScript we are going to cover how to do it nowadays, but earlier when internet was just released, there was only one language for backend, which is the PHP and all. So PHP we used to send it like this, but nowadays nobody uses PHP except the government sites uses PHP. Okay, so this name is there, and name is what is the name? Name is this thing which I have given here, this thing, not this, but this name is there. So name is Nabindu is gone. Then this age equal to 40 will go. Then this name, message equal to whatever I have written here, it will go. So name, age, message is going. Then this drop down, this drop down is there, and in this drop down the color is written. So the color is written, and then only one here the value is very important. So I have chosen the, I think the green color. So I don't remember. So color is green, so color, whatever the value is there, that will go, not this green color will go, this value will go. Then in checkbox I have chosen vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 both. So both of them are different. So vehicle 1 equal to bike, vehicle 2 equal to car. So here also the value is very important. Then in radio boxes, only one thing can go. So that's why the name is same. Gender equal to male would have gone. Okay, and rest of the things are also like this, whatever I have written. So this is all about the forms. Okay, and this is one of the very important topic here. Now we are done with this thing. Now the next thing which we are going to do is the button tag. So as I told, we have this input type submit, but we have button tag also. So our form is done. Button tag, and yeah, and we'll have a break of 5 minutes in the next 1 to 2 minutes. So button click me, I'll have save it. So now okay, so now this click me have given. So this normal button is there. So but a normal button is like, if I click here, no refresh or something happen, but if I click in the button which is the input as submit, the refresh happens. Okay, and it also try to send the data. So this is something which happens in the input type submit and normal button, and all those functionality in these things are mainly added through JavaScript, which we are going to learn today. So now the next thing is the image tag. Images are very important, so we are going to learn about the image. So let me go and image tag. Okay, image tag, and then image tags are given by IMG SRC, and we can give image in two ways. Let us see the both of the ways. So I will go to unsplash.com, which is the free place to get the images, and maybe this one I'll choose, and I will choose maybe this one, medium. How to show this image here? I'll open it and I will create a new folder here. It's always advisable to create a images folder, and inside this I'll put this, and I don't know, open it. I want to, this name is a bit quite big, so I went to unsplash.jpg. I'll do so. Unsplash.jpg, it is there. Now what I'm going to do here, I want to show this image, so I have to give the part images and unsplash.jpg, and alt I will write as, what is this image, bed. Yeah, bed I will write. I will save it. I'll save it. Now if you come here, you'll see this big image has been shown like this. Okay, so with HTML we don't have many options to change this thing. What is this alt? I'm going to tell soon. But with CSS we have a lot of other options also. So here we'll have a width maybe 600, and height equal to 400. Save it. So width and height, it is been shown. So it is a bit distracted also, and I want a BR also here because it is also inline. Okay, so it is coming in the different line. Okay, so that is there, but it's a bit distorted. We cannot do much about it. I'm going to tell a way in CSS how we can fix this thing, but if you try to fix it like this, it always get distorted. Okay, so that is there, and there is another way to use images. So let us see the another way also. And laptop, let me do a laptop, and maybe this one I'll do. And there's another way is like right click and copy image address. You can copy image address for anything. So, and then img, and this image address I'll put, and this is a laptop. Let's save it, and it will again be a bit bigger. So maybe width and height I will give, save it, and it will be shown like this. Okay, so that is there. So everything is done here. So but what is this alt tag which I'm seeing, laptop or here bread have given? So these things are like, if this image is not shown somehow, maybe the internet connection got disturbed, and maybe a site has a lot of images, and sometimes we see that suddenly some of the images have not been loaded. So I cannot close my internet connection right now. So I will do this as, name this as wrong. I'll save it. So see, the a broken image will be shown and the bread will be shown. So this is how you see broken image. So this is what is all about the HTML and all. Okay, so as I've told, we are going to start with CSS. So now the HTML is done. So we are going to start with CSS in around 5 minutes. So 5 minutes. Okay. So let me share again. So we'll meet in 5 minutes. So 5 minute timer. I started a 5 minute timer. We'll meet in 5 minutes. Okay, so we will start with the CSS now. So CSS first, I will close this thing and create a new folder for CSS. So let me create a new folder. I will click it and so I'll create a new folder, CSS basics, and do then you can open the VS Code and drag this CSS basics here. Okay. So what is CSS used for? CSS the full form of CSS is cascading strategies. All these beautiful websites which you see today are because of CSS only. With HTML, the websites were very ugly. So for 2 years there was no CSS. In 1993, actually HTML was released, and for 2 years there was no CSS. But at that time also, sites like Google and all were there, and they were very ugly. The first version of Google and all were Google and Yahoo and all were very ugly because there was no CSS. CSS is used to style everything. Okay. So the sites which we see nowadays are like a marble pieces. Like go to the apple.com site and see apple.in site, you'll see how good is that site. So everything is because of CSS. So there are, first we are again going to create an index.html because CSS is applied on top of the HTML file. Okay, so I'll have an index.html. I'll do, and again I have to do a not and this. Okay, this why it is not coming. Have now here I will write CSS basics, and here I will write h1 CSS codes. I will save it. Now I will go live from here. I need to show it here. Okay. So how do you use add CSS? So we add CSS by 3 ways. One is the inline CSS, one is internal CSS, one is external CSS. So first we are going to learn about the inline CSS. So this is, by default this H1 is very ugly, black and white, everything is black and white. So how to style it through CSS? The inline CSS, what happens in the H1, I'll have a style attribute like this, and then I can give this, I'll go and give a color. Color is blue like this, and should give this also. So if I do it, save it, so the color will become blue. So style I have to write, and this color, so there are a lot of attribute, a lot of things like color, again more than 5 to 10,000 things are there, but we are going to tell all the important things. So these are known as properties like color, background color, and a lot of other things are there. And then this blue and all, so there are different colors are there. So we put this thing. So this is one way to give CSS, which is like the inline CSS. So now the next thing is the internal CSS. So in internal CSS, what happens, I will have another thing like a p, and let me have a lorem. Lorem I can give extra also. Lorem 40 will give, it will be 40. So I'll save it. Now it is again very ugly. So internal CSS, we'll learn about internal CSS now. Internal CSS, what happens, the head part I will have a style. Head part I will have a style, and then p I will have, and then Color, I will have it as like brown. So in this internal CSS, it will be brown. What happens? I would target the thing like this p tag is there. I would target it and then give the curly bracket, and inside that I can give it. I can have a lot of other properties also. Not only color, I can have a lot of other things are also there. So this is how the internal CSS is given. But the most popular way to give CSS is the external CSS. And inline CSS is also used for sometimes for a quick giving something quickly. But the most common way to give the CSS is through external CSS. So how do we give the external CSS? So external CSS, maybe I'll give a h3 here, and best place to learn CSS2. I will save it. Best place to learn CSS have come. Now what we'll have now for external CSS, I'll come here and create a new file. style.css. Now the external CSS is exactly similar to internal CSS. Like this we'll have, but we'll have in a different file. So here I will have a h3 and background colors. It will also tell me all these things. Background color maybe aquamarine, and color is dark magenta. Save it, but it is not showing it here. Why it is not showing it here? It is not showing it here because when we make some external CSS file, we have to link it. We have to link it with this thing. So how do we link it? So for linking it in the header tag only, I have to go and do a link tag and do a bit down, and the CSS will come. Else you have to write everything. So link tag rel equal to style sheet, href equal to style.css. And you can give the style.css name something else also. It doesn't matter. Now I will save it. Now, okay. Something wrong. What is happening? So I've given this h3. Why it is not been shown? This is like weird. Let me comment this out. Save it. And this is happening for the first time. We'll change the name. Okay, this is weird. It's okay. I've changed the name. Sometimes this weird things happens. So this is now changed. The style is not CSS, and h3 has been added properly, and the background color and the color are been done. Okay, so background color is given towards the end. So this is how we can do it. So external CSS is something which we are going to do from now onwards, because this is the main way to give the CSS. Okay, so now what we are going to do here, first thing which we are going to learn here is the different way to give color. And one more thing we are going to do now is that we're going to use the external CSS. So I'm going to comment this out, and the commenting works like this, and we're going to do everything from the external CSS. H1 is now again this thing. So there are actually 4 ways to give color in CSS. So what are the 4 ways to give color in CSS? We're going to learn that thing. So the first way we've already seen, this color names are there. So I've given brown, blue, aquamarine. But what are the different? Dark magenta. But from where I am getting these color names? The main thing is that from where I'm getting these color names. So I am getting these color names. If I go here, And one sec. Okay, so color names we get it from a site. This site is there, and all the different color names we will get from here. Means HTML4, HTML5, or CSS3. CSS3 was also released in 2015. It is there are 140 color names. Earlier there were only 30-40 color names. So nowadays there are some very good color names like Indian red, light caramel, dark sun. Again, you don't have to learn all of them. Hot pink and all those this. And VS Code will also suggest tomato, dark khaki, and all those colors are there. So those colors are there. So this is one way to give color. But you might have thought, okay, 140 color names are not too much. If there are only 140 color names on the internet would have been very ugly. No, they're not 140 color names, there are actually billions of colors, and we don't have to also learn about it. So how those billions of colors are given? So those billions of colors are given by three different formats. Okay, so let us see those three different formats. Okay, so those three different formats are like, there is something known as a color picker color picker which you can find anywhere on the internet, color picker. And we'll learn about the three different formats now, which are very common to give the color names. So first format is known as the hexadecimal format. So the hexadecimal format is very very popular, and it is the oldest way to give the color names. Hexadecimal format, you come here, so it is showing some format for the red color, which is like hash something. Okay, hash something. Hexadecimal color is this. It starts the hash, and it consists of 6 digits. Sometimes you'll find 3 digits also. If there are 3 digits, then those 3 digits will be like repeating, like FFF is there, so it means FFF FFF. So why FF is there and what 0 is there? So hexadecimal system, color system follows hexadecimal system. So what is this hexadecimal system? Hexadecimal system is a special type of system which all of us must have learned in 7th or 8th class in mathematics. That the decimal system which we follow it's of base 10, because the main numbers are from 0 to 9. Then the binary system which we follow, it's which the computer follows, which have only 0 and 1 base 2. The hexadecimal system is of base 16, base 16, 1 6 16, because it has got the number 0 to 9 also, and alphabets A to F also. So it means it's much more superior than the your decimal system, because it can contains more numbers. So that's why this CSS image took those things. Okay, so FFF is also, the A will be there, B, A, B, C, D, E, F. Those alphabets will be there. So but then what does this, there is a combination, which means like first two, there are totally 6 digits are there. So first two means red, next two means green, last two means blue. Red, green, and blue. Why red, green, and blue? It shows first to show red, next to show green, last to show blue. Because human eye can see only red, green, and blue, or a combination of this. Human eye cannot see beyond that. So that's the thing which we can see. There are some other animals like bats and all, those can see ultraviolet, we cannot see. We can see only this three things, only three colors we humans can see, and the rest of the things are formed with a combination of this thing. See, the color code for red is FF0000, means red is complete. There is 00 means there is no green, there is no blue. So this is the code for FF, red. If I go a bit lighter red like this, okay, I want to have a maybe an orange. I'll take this orange. Okay, so see here, FF is again complete, but some green, some blue is there. So this is how the color are formed. Don't need to know much about it, but I can select any color from here. I'll choose it. I'll choose this one. This one is nice. And what I'm going to do, body, I'll choose the body means the whole of the HTML, and I will choose the background color of it like this. I'll change the background color of it. I'll save it. Okay, I'll come back here. See, the background color is now this orange kind of a color. So that is it. Now the next way to give color is RGB. RGB, as the name says, it means red, green, and blue. Again, the same concept. Human eyes can see red, green, and blue, but it doesn't follow the hexadecimal. It is like 0 to 255. It is there. So again, maybe I will do the H1. I'll do the H1 as this. Maybe I'll choose the H1 as some purple kind of a thing, and choose a darker color, and then this thing. So the H1, I will choose the color as this, save it, then see the color has been chosen like this. Okay, so that is the color. Another way, the third way is known as the HSL. HSL stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. This is a bit advanced way, and a lot of designers like this way. So hue only stands for color. This 285, this is color. Saturation is how much black is there in something, saturation. Lightness, how much white is there in something. So that is there. So now we will go here and put the P here, and in this P I will, maybe I will put some green kind of a color, or yellow. Okay, so this I will put. Okay, I'll save it, and it is been shown like this, but this is not showing correctly because it is, I'll make it a blue actually. Background is not matching. I will save it. Now it will show quite correctly. Okay, so this is how the 4 ways to give colors are there. So I have told all the 4 ways. Now we will see how to give fonts in CSS. Okay, fonts in CSS we'll see. So fonts are there in CSS, like their fonts are there when you do MS Word, you see the Times New Roman and all those things are there. Okay, so I will have a font family, and here I will give like this, give me Arial, Helvetica, and Sans Serif. 3 fonts I've given. So body I'm giving, so it will be applicable on all those things. I'll save it. So see, the font have also changed. You might have seen that thing. Font family, the font has changed. But why have given the 3 fonts like Arial, Helvetica, and Sans Serif with the comma? I could have given 1 font, and these are all inbuilt fonts. They are there in the browser. You can find more about them. So why have given 3 things: Arial, Helvetica, and Sans Serif? I could have given only Arial. In fact, the Arial is only applied here. The Arial is known as the primary fonts, and Helvetica and Sans Serifs are the fallback fonts. So why have to give fallback fonts? Because see, the browsers are, these fonts are given by W3C committee, and these browsers are sophisticated software created by very big companies. Like this, Chrome is created by Google, Firefox is created by Mozilla, Safari is created by Apple, and Edge is created by Microsoft. So they are very complicated pieces of software, and there are a lot of things which go behind this. So they recommend and they implement a lot of things. So sometime it might happen, but although it is not the case, because these are very old fonts, that the Arial font is not there in Safari. So in Safari, when this I will give, so the fallback font of Helvetica will be taken. Suppose this Helvetica is also not there, and sans serif will be taken. Suppose the sans serif is also not there, then the fallback, whatever is the Apple fallback font, it will be taken. That's why these fallback fonts are very, very important. Sometimes in big production projects, we give 10 fallback fonts. Okay, and now the thing is that there is something also known as Google font. Nowadays, like these fonts were like from past 20 years, more than, means in 2020, more than 23 years it will be there. No, nearly 30 years. Okay, so that is there. Now we generally nowadays uses some external fonts. You can buy them also, or as always there is a Google is also there. Google is always there to provide us free things. Google fonts. Okay, Google fonts. I'll go, and now this Google fonts is a very popular free to use fonts. You can find different fonts here, and you can select any one of them. Something is there. Okay, so if I go to the main site, I can see some very good font, and I can use any one of them. So I will choose one of it. Okay, this one I will choose. Okay, and is this Indian? Is this, no, this one I will not choose. This is not even English. Okay, I'll choose it. Maybe English is there. So when I choose this, what I need to do. Okay. I need to come here and click on this regular 400 because there is only one thing. So regular 400 done. So it will be selected here. It will be selected here. Then I have to go to this imports and it will give me exactly what the import I have to do. So I have to copy this thing and then I have to go here. Now I have this another font also here, but I don't want to use it in the body. I want to use it in the paragraph. So I have to use, okay, oh shit, one sec. Something else was also earlier selected, so it was selected. Okay, I'll change it because the lobster I don't want. So because I use this a lot. So font family, this cursive you don't have to take. Font family, I will make it as Rubik. And here the fallback fonts are again very important because the first thing is that I'm taking this font from the internet. Again, maybe the internet got broke. I'm not able to see, and it's a Google font. Maybe it is not allowed somewhere, but most probably it is allowed because Google is the biggest company. So maybe Apple doesn't allow or something like that can happen. So very important to take the fallback font. So paragraph font, I'm taking this to Rubik Maze. See now this Rubik Maze font has been shown. See nice Rubik Maze font has been shown. So this is how you use the Google fonts. Okay, and this is how you make your site beautiful. So now the main other thing which we are going to see is the different property. So there is a font size thing which I'll make it as 20 pixel. 20 pixel I'll make. So it will become a bit bigger. What is this pixel? I'll come to that. Font weight is bold. By default it is normal. So bold, it has become bold like this. Okay. So now the other thing is that I can have something like a line height also, which is 1.6 amp. I'll put save it. So the height is becoming more. But what is this pixel? What is this am? This is Ananta. Good morning. So this is something which we are going to learn. What is this pixel? What is this EM? Okay. So we'll come here. And to learn about this pixel and EM, there are different units of measurements. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to wrap this whole thing with the div. I'll wrap this whole thing with a div and save it, and whole thing with a div I will wrap. Now this div I will target, and div I will make the font size as 10 pixel. Font size as 10 pixel. I'm doing it. It is okay. So even before that, what is a pixel? Pixel is the basic unit of measurement. Px known as pixel is something which all of us have heard, that pixel, the dot which is there in any picture, or dot which is there in the screen, that is known as pixel. So more pixel we have, more better the screen quality becomes. So earlier there were like 720p monitors, 1080p monitors. Now there is 4K, there is 8K also. So what happens in those things, per square centimeter the more pixel they put it. So but this pixel is a bit different. This pixel is given by W3C school, W3C, not so W3C committee. And what they have done, they have their own TV which is of 3200 dpi, and based on that they have given the pixel. But for a layman, for us layman means we don't have to learn much about it. We just, the more pixel you give, the more it will increase the size, as simple as that. We should know that much. But that was the story behind it. So then what is this EM? There is two more units of measurement. One is the EM, one is REM. EM and REM. What is this EM and REM? So for that only I have wrapped everything with a div and given the font size as 10 pixel. So if I give the font size as 10 pixels, see now here, first thing I'll save it. See, some of those things will become smaller. That's the issue which we will see soon, because I given the whole div as font size 10 pixel, and then the h1 and that got smaller. That is bad thing. But now this font size I will make it as 2m. So 2m means the parent pixel, what is the parent font size in pixel is there. 2m means 2 into that. 2m is 2 into 10, 20 pixel. If I make it 3m, it means 3 into 10, 30 pixel. So I'll make it as 2m only. Now there is something known as RAM also. If I make it as RAM, see this 2m is this much. If I make it as 2 RAM, it will be even bigger. Why? Because by default the browser font size is 16 pixel. When I give RAM, it doesn't depends upon the parent, it depends upon the whole browser. Whole browser the font size is 16 pixel set by W3C. So it is 16 pixels. So 16 into 2, 32. Okay, so like this, 16 into 3. So it will be like that when I give a RAM. Okay, so that is that. So if I will actually comment this out, this property is breaking a lot of things. So I'll see this H1 and H3 have become smaller. So I'll do this. Now I will use here like this is quite big, and use here 1 point maybe 4, 1.4 or 1.2. Okay, 1.2 is much better. 1.2 RAM I will use. So that is there. So this is all about the units of measurement. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is the classes and IDs. Classes and IDs we are going to learn. So what are these classes and IDs? So as we've seen, when I was giving this div, it was causing some issues here because it was giving the sizes of this H1 and H3 also. It was causing some issues here. Okay, so now what we are going to do here, this div or anything else, generally we should not give the styles like this H1 H3P. So CSS is very much global, it will like mess up with a lot of things. Like if I have a style.css, if I have a main.css, and I have to give a H1 here, H1 there, and it becomes a global style. So it will be, even if I not include in some other file, it will be included. So it's a global thing. It is not always advisable to give something like this body H1. Body is okay, H1 H3P. So we should always have something known as classes and IDs associated with everything. I can have a classes and ID associated with this div, H1, H3P, anything I can have a classes. There is a little bit difference between classes and IDs. So I will come to here div and do a class equal to container. Class equal to container. Hello Manish. So then I will come here in the class. So now what is happening? This class of content is associated with this div. So instead of calling it with div, I can call it with the dot container. So I will call it with, maybe I will call it with dot container. So dot you have to give. Dot is very important. Dot container you have to give. And then background color is like maybe light green. I'll save it. So it will become this light green color in all of these things. So all of these things, it will become the light green color. But so I can have a class here also, and this name can be anything, but this is the keyword. So I can have in H1 H3P also. So but the other thing is that what is the benefit of, now what is the difference between this class and there is something known as ID also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy it again. I have also a BR here. Okay. So here, so I will save it. So classes are something which can be used multiple times. Okay, BR I don't read, I think. Okay, classes are something which we can use multiple times. Okay, multiple times we can use. So there is something known as IDs. IDs we cannot use multiple times, but classes are something which we can use multiple times, 100 times, anytime. So they are reusable. So again in a div I am reusing it. I will add one more thing here, it will look good. There is something known as padding, which I'm going to tell a bit later on also, but right now padding is something which if you give, it will be around anything. Like container is my main thing, like it is around this thing, it will be there. Like I will give a 5 px here, save it. So that. Okay. Now this BR is required bit. Okay. So now this padding is outside all around it. Okay. So that is the padding. So now we'll learn about the ID. What is the ID? ID is something which is unique. You can give ID only once. Suppose the second P, I want to change the structure. I will change the style of the second P. So I'll do ID equal to any name you can give. I'll give the name as second P. I'll give the name as second P. I will save it, and then I'm going to come here and do a hash. Second P. IDs are given with hash. Classes are given with dot. IDs are given with hash. Actually, I will copy this thing because I want to have it similar to this only. The thing is that I don't want a fancy thing like this, so I will change it. Font weight, I will make it as a normal, and this is like 1 gram. This is like 1.4 m. Save it. See, it is changing right now. Okay, and I will change this also. And this is another way to change it. Okay, you hover your mouse over it, you can change it from here. So this is looking different. So this is done. So now the next thing which we are going to learn about is known as a box model. So box model we are going to learn. Box model is a very important interview question also, and we are going to learn more about this padding and margin there. So everything is a box model in CSS. So what is this box model? Okay, so this, let us create one more div here. So a div with lorem again, and I'll take an ID here. ID equal to box model. I'll do ID equal to box model. Save it. Now this ID of box model I have given. Now I will go here and choose the hash box model. Then I'll do this, and let me change the background color is light blue maybe. Save it. So this background color is been done. And I will have a width here, width of 300 pixel. Will be 300 pixel. Now box model actually consists of content, border, padding, and margin. So what does that mean? So first thing, I will give a border here. Border. There is a property known as border, in which I'll give 15px solid black. It means 15px solid border you make all the way around it. So I will save it. See this 15px solid black. It will make all the way around this thing. So 15px thick and solid and black. Then the next thing is padding. So padding, I have already told, padding is like all way around this thing. So padding is all way around the element. So this is the element, so it will be around it. See, the moment I give padding, what will happen? So some space has been created around the thing. So this is padding. So the next thing is margin. Margin I'll make it as 20 pixel. I'll save it. See, margin, suddenly the space has been here. Margin is actually around the element. Okay, so box model you can see in another way. If I go and inspect any browser, mostly you should always use Chrome, until I tell there is something in which you have to use a Firefox Developer Edition. I will tell about that. So inspect I'll do, and in the inspect, okay, one sec, my mobile got. So if I go to this inspect, okay, so in this inspect you will see something like this box model is been shown here. So what is this thing? So if you hover your mouse over here, you'll see this thing is there. So the internal thing, so this is the content. So what is this content? Content is, box model consists of 4 things. This is also an interview question. First thing is the content. So content we cannot control. Whatever content is there, it is showing 300 into 126. whatever the content size is there, it will be the content. So content is this. Now the next thing is your padding. It is also written here, padding. Okay, so padding is there. Padding is 30 px all way around, because I have written that 30 px all way around. So this padding is 30 px all way around. Then the border comes. After the padding, the border comes, which is 15 px all way around. Then after that, the margin comes. See, the margin is here. So margin is like around it. Margin is all around it. So it is like 20 pixel all way around. Okay, so this is the margin. Margin is always between element, and padding is always inside the element. So that is like that. Okay, so this is all the four things there. So this is the box model. But beside the box model, I want to tell one more thing. There are some shortcuts which we can take in the margin and padding. This is not related to box model, but related to margin and padding. So margin and padding, one way to give it is like this. Like this, you can give like 20 pixels. So it is like 20 pixels all the way around. So this is the full form. So if I want to give, I can give it like short form another way also, like margin top is 5 pixel, margin right is 10 pixel, margin bottom is 5 pixel, and margin left is 10 pixel. Okay. So top, left, right, bottom. I'll save it. If I see the margin here, now see this top, left, right, bottom. You can give it like this. Okay, one second, I have to comment this out. Okay, so top, left, right, bottom is coming. Now beside this, there are two other ways to give the margins, and padding also applies like this. So the other way is, instead of giving it like this, we have a short form for here. I'll give a margin of 5px, 10px, 5px, and 10px, like this. 5px, 10px, 5px, 10px. I'll save it. It again means the same thing. 5, 10. This is top, right, left, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left. Like clockwise it goes. Top, right, bottom, left. Okay. So, and mostly you are going to give the margin like this only. But there is another short form. Okay. You might have noticed in both of these things that the top and the bottom are same, right and the left are same. So this is how we generally give margin. So there is a short form for this, which is like margin 5px and 10px I'll give. So it means the top and down is 5px, left and right is 10px. I'll save it. Okay. So this is like this. It is been there. So this is about the margin. So the next thing which we are going to learn is, so now H3 we have, where is our H3? H3 I'll add something more, like maybe a bit of padding, 5px. So this padding is there. Then the font weight is there. Font weight normal, bold, bolder. You can give some number also, like this 800. And then font style is like italics. So font style italics are given. Okay, so it will be slanted. It will be slanted a bit, italics. And there are some other thing. Okay, one sec. Okay. Hello. Yeah, Vandit Dubey, it is live. Okay, it is live. It is not recorded. It is live. Okay. So I know a lot of people nowadays do recorded and all, but it is live. It is live. It is live. It's live. Okay. Okay. So that is there. So now what we are going to do. So here, yeah, I know this thing. Nowadays a lot of A lot of people are there who gives the recorded thing as live. So don't be sorry. I know this thing happens nowadays. What we can do? So that is there. And so but this will be recorded, this will be available on the YouTube channel also after this thing. Okay, so it will be available, it will always be there. So this is there. Now this font style italics I have given. Now the other thing is that let's do something more. So here we can give a text decoration also as underline, and text transform as uppercase. So like this also. So text transform uppercase, everything will be uppercase. So like this is there. Now there is some more things are also here. So like here we can give a letter spacing as 0.2 m can give. So there is a bit of space between each of the letter, and then there is a word spacing also. Word spacing also is there. So word spacing I will give 0.8 m. So this will is between each one of the word spacing is there in each of the word. Okay, so that is there. Now what we are going to do next, we are going to learn how to style the forms. We've seen a form in HTML, it was quite ugly form. Okay, so we are going to now style that form here. Okay, so again we have come a bit down. So what we need to do, we need to again give a br and a r, and again a br and a r. Okay. Maybe I will do one thing. Why to write the code again? Maybe I will the code. Take the code. Okay, I have this other browser also, it's okay. So we will, I don't want this much, maybe I will have till message only. Yeah, so this form I am going to add, and I am going to have at last this input also. And one thing I'm going to do here is to remove all these BRs. I'll show a better way to do it without the BR. So this is the basic form which we have, which we are having a name, age, and message. And because we have not styled it, so it is ugly as usual. So let us add some classes to it, because in CSS, as I've told earlier, you should always add classes or IDs so that you don't have to target it. So this form, I will add a class equal to my form, and this all these divs which are keeping them in separate lines, this I will also have some class equal to form group. Now I have this class of form group, and all these things classes I have. We'll have some more classes later on, but I have this thing. Okay, so now let us style this form. So main thing is to style this form, how to add some functionality this in this form. This will be told in the JavaScript. So first thing, to style any form, I will choose this my form dot my form and do a padding of 20 pixel. So padding always, see, it adds a space to something. So this is a general rule to make anything beautiful. So padding have done. So padding was added outside this thing. So now I want to target this form group and add some space between each one of them. I'll use a different way. So we saw through BR also we can do it, but I will use in a different way. So I want to target the form group. But to target the form group, I will target it not like direct form group. I will target it dot my form and then dot form group. So why I'm targeting like this? So this I'm specifying that CSS, as I've told, it's always become global and a problem. So there can be like this form group is quite a common class name, but there can be some other form. Maybe that form name is dynamic form. I don't want to apply this style there. So that's why I'm doing this cascading thing, which you can do my form. So inside my form, the form group will be there. So here I want to add some space. The space you can add through padding or margin. So let us add it through padding. So padding you can give like individual also. Padding bottom, I'll give padding bottom, only padding bottom has 15 pixel. Save it. So padding bottom is been added. Instead of BR, I'm doing this thing. So we can do everything from CSS. So next thing is that I want to make this name in its separate line. So name is happening in the same line because the label and input, both of them are inline element. But I want this label to behave like a block level element, and that is something again we can do it from the CSS dot my form and label I'll do, and this label I will do a display of block. I'll do display of block. So display of block, it was an inline element, label was the inline element, I'm making it as a block level element. So I will see it is now having its own line, so it has become a block level element. Now the next thing which I want to do is this I want to do two things in this three input boxes. One thing is that I want here to have some padding inside the input box so that it look nice, and I want it to extend till the end, all these three things. So means I have to target this input, and this text area. So how do I target them? So the best way to target them is to add a common class here. So I'll add a common class. This is a perfect example of class. A common class I'll add, maybe I'll make it as input type. Input type I'll do input type. Again, I'll choose the dot my form and dot input type. Then first thing which I've told is the padding. So padding I will make it as 8px. See now what will happen if I type anything here. See some padding is there, so it is looking much more nicer. All this thing, padding. Next thing which I want to do is the width. I want it to extend till the end, so I'll do a width here, width of 100%. Width of 100% I'll do, and it will extend till then. So our form is looking pretty good, awesome. But the only thing which is remaining is this button. Button is still ugly button, like the normal button. So make this button also good. So button, we will have a class equal to button. Actually, this class of button we're going to use later on also. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use it just in my form. The button. So button, for button, first thing to make anything button beautiful is like this padding. You give some padding here, and top down I will give my like maybe 8px, and here I'll give it as 12px. So means top down 8px, right left is 12px. So now see this button, it is like this. Now the next thing which I will going to do is like the border as none, because I don't want this border to be there. See the button have a border, I don't want the border to be there, so it will be shown like this. Now the color is showing very bad, so I will change the background color to one of my favorite color, dark magenta. So I'll do it, and now it is now the text. I cannot figure out what is the text, so text I'll do a color of white. Looking much more better. Now the sizes, generally in buttons we don't want this round edges like sharp edges, so I will do a border radius as 5px. Bit of roundness will be coming here. Now even this font size I will make it as 1 rem. and it is become a bit bigger, and then text transform is uppercase, so it will again become a bit bigger, but I think this should be 10 and this should be 16. So now it is much more better. So now my button is done. It is looking perfect. Now generally you might have seen in a button. Okay, yeah, we can display a block level element also is inline with this display command, this display inline. Okay, so that is we can do. So if you've seen a button in the internet, you might have seen that if I hover my mouse over any button, it actually do something. So that is something which is always required, and so I'll do a button here, and background color I will change to as dark blue, and then cursor has pointer I'll do, save it. Okay, now what will happen here? No, not like this. I have to do the hover also here. Hover. So this is a pseudo property known as hover. I'll save it. Now what will happen? So go here, and if I take my mouse over here, okay, see what is happening. It is changing the color. It is changing the color, and it is also the mouse pointer is changing to this hand. It is changing to this hand. So this is how it is done. Okay, so this is how the button has looked very good. Okay, so that is done. Now this is how good our form is looking. Okay, so this is the magic of CSS. Now the next thing which we are going to look is property. See, CSS is all good, but when we create some website out of CSS, how do we create it? So we create a website out of CSS through some layout techniques. So one of the oldest layout technique is known as float, and in fact it was from the starting of CSS, and because of that also CSS got a bit of bad name also, because it got very less thing. This float thing, it has got some bugs also. It got very less thing, and because of that only things like bootstrap and all those things rose into fame, because this were very easy, and CSS is always considered a bit difficult for developers. It is considered a bit artistic. Okay, CSS. So but this float we have to learn, because float was there till 2000. It is still there. That's why we are learning. It was still there till 2018. It was used a lot, but nowadays there is something known as Flexbox and Grid. They're used a lot, and Flexbox and Grid we are going to do after basic CSS, and that is the next thing in CSS which we are going to do. They are like awesome thing. You can create any site with Flexbox and Grid. Like you don't need bootstrap and all, you don't need anything. You can create like any site, like literally any site with this thing. How delete data from database using Ajax jQuery with PHP. First thing that I don't know jQuery. Second thing is that I don't know PHP. So those are all very old things which are not used at all in the industry. Neither jQuery is used, neither PHP is used. If you are working for some government companies, maybe it is used, but I don't teach it. There are not at all requirement for, not much requirement for either jQuery, not at all requirement for PHP, and I don't know it. And there is no requirement for that in the industry. I teach people to become a web app developer using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React.js mainly things. So jQuery and all very old thing. Nobody uses it. I don't use it. I don't know it also. So okay, so that is there. It used to be used around 2015, 2000, not even 15, because Angular came before that. So nobody uses those things. Okay. So now we are going to learn, and JavaScript will start from 1. Okay. And so the next thing which we are going to do is alignment and floating. Alignment and floating we are going to learn. This is a layout technique, and with this we are going to do, no, whatever I have right now I will tell that. Beside that, if I go, it will take a lot of time. See, in 8 hours also it will take a lot of time to tell if you go beyond what we have been taught to do. So alignment we are going to tell, but for buttons and all, maybe in Flexbox, when we are going to say, you can see it, you can figure it out later on. And all the CSS things require a lot of practice to be good. Okay, so right now we are going to do floats. Floats is the old way to give layouts. So we are first going to create a 3-column layout with floats. So I will come here and do a BR and HR again because I want it to be done with. Maybe I'll do a here and then I'll do a div dot block and then 2 and heading 1 and forum 10. So I am creating a 3-column layout with block. So a 3-column layout. One sec. So we are going. One sec. So a 3-column layout we are going to create with the blocks. So 2 with not blocks with floats. So these 3 things are there: heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3. And I will save it. So this will come one after the another because all of them are div. So that will come one after the another. Now I want to create a 3-column layout. 3-column layouts are like this. 3 columns should come and all of these things will come one after the another. So this is known as 3-column layout. So how we are going to do that? So for that, I will select this block, and then float of left. Float of left I'll do, but direct float of left nothing happens. So next I will do a width of 33.333%, because that is 100 divided by 3 this much. So I'll save it and it will become the 3-column layout, famous 3-column layout. It will happen, but there is some issues in float. Okay, so here we are not seeing any issues. As I've told, floats are not something which you should use nowadays. If you want to do something good, you should use Flexbox and Grid only. Okay, but there is some issue here which I will tell. It is not showing it here in Chrome. It is not showing. Maybe in Firefox it will show. I will. So in some browser it shows this issue. In Firefox I am there. See, in Firefox what happened? If you see closely, there was a HR after this thing. After this there was a HR. Now the HR is not been shown. HR has gone somewhere. It has eaten the HR. So horizontal rule, the line vertical, the line it has eaten it. Horizontal line it has eaten it. So why it has eaten it? So these things happens because Flexbox, when we do something like a float, it's it messes up with the initial, the way the normal flow goes. So it doesn't stops on its own. We have to stop it somewhere. So there are many different ways on the internet to stop it. So one of the way to stop it is like having a empty div with the name clear fix. So you can name something else also, but industry standard is to name it a clear fix. Then what I will do, this clear fix, all browsers also behave differently. So it happened in Firefox, not in a Chrome. So that is like all browsers are sometimes different. So clear both. So I have to do the clear both because there is a float right also. Clear both I'll do. Now in the Firefox also this has been solved. So now the HR has been shown. So this is how it is there. So anyways, that issue was not here. So it is there. So this is one thing. So now one more thing which we are going to do soon and do with this float is to make a 2-column layout. So let us make a 2-column layout, and again I will have like this. Div and ID I will have main block, and here I will have a h2 and heading and 10 I'll do. Then div sidebar, and here we just have a p of lorem maybe 50. Okay, save it. So again it will be shown like this, one after the another. So now we are going to do it with the float. So here, so when we did this float left here, everything floated to the left, but we have something known as float right also. So I'll do a hash and main block, and then I'll do a float of left, and then I'll make a width of 70%. I'll make a width of 70%. Similar to this, I will have a sidebar, and here I will have a float of right and width of 30%. So it's a lot. So means this is what. So now the layout has been done. Float of left and float of right. So this is how it is done. So this is done. This completes the float. But with this float topic, I want to tell one more topic, which is a content box, which is known as a content box. So content box means what? So let me do one thing here in this main block. I will add some padding of 15px and a padding g should be there. Padding of 15px and a border of 1px solid, maybe gray, and the same thing I'll have it here. I'll save it. See, now everything is broken. So now, like, it has gone here, it should have come here. So why it is doing this thing? So this is doing this thing because by default there is a box sizing property, which if you don't give, it is content box, which if you don't give, which is, say I have not given, then also it is content box. So content box means what? Content box means padding and the border will not be included in the width. Padding and the border will not be included in the width. But there is another thing known as a border box. Border box, if I do this thing as border box, if I do this thing as border box and save it, so see, it will happen like this. Again, it is fixed. So now the padding and the border are a part of the width, like 70% and 30%. So this is known as the box sizing thing. Okay, so now we are going to look into a thing which we use now also. Now means float generally we don't use now that much. So there is something which is known as positioning in CSS. So there is, everything is by default static. Static positioning means everything, however it is coming, it will come like that. Now there is some more things are there, like relative, absolute, and fixed. They're very important, relative, absolute, and fixed. And so for that I will go back here, and here after this I will again come and do a div position box, class position box, and maybe a vr and a vr. So this position box is there. Then h1 of css and h2 of crash course, save it. So this h1 and h2 are being shown here. So now we'll target this position box. I'll come here, target this position box here, width of 800 pixel I'll do, and height of 500 pixel I'll do, and border of 1px solid black, and I will save it. Now see, this width and height are there, and the border is box is also there. So now what is this? What is this positioning and all? So positioning positioning is a very powerful thing. Nowadays, the designers give some very crazy type of designs, and sometimes with layout techniques also you cannot do anything. So positioning is such a powerful thing. With positioning, you can move anything anywhere in the page or also within the box. So suppose I want to move this css within this box below here, so I can do that thing. So how will do this thing? I will target this h1. So I want to target only this h1 because there are a lot of h1s in the page. So I'll do a position box and h1, and I will do a position as absolute, and top as 40 px, top as 40 px. I'll save it. But if I save it, you'll see that it is not here. It has gone somewhere. So it has gone actually here. So what it does when I do this position absolute and top, from the top of the page, it moves to 40 pixel. If I want this is okay, but I don't want this. I want it only to move inside the box. So if I want it to move inside the box, what I have to do, I have to make the parent. So the h1, the parent is this position box. So this parent as position relative. So I'll do a position as relative, I'll save it. So now it has moved down, move below it. Okay, move below it. Okay, so that is like this. Now this is our position absolute. So we have some more control also. So when we have this position absolute, we can have top, left, right, bottom. So I'll do a left of 200 pixel, and this h2 also, we have h2 also. This I will make as a bottom and right, and save it. So see, this is also moving, so I can move anything anywhere with this thing. Now the next thing is that relative and absolute is done. There is something known as the position fixed also, that is also very important. So after, for that, I will have a button, and this button will be a fixed button, and then it will have a class equal to button and fixed button. So I have this class of button. I'm taking this button because I already have a css for it, and a fixed button is another class. You can add multiple classes also. So like this fixed button is like this. So button class I already have. So this fixed button is something which I am going to take. So this fixed button I am going to select here, dot fixed button, position is fixed, it doesn't require any relative and all. So top is 20 pixel, it works individually at 20 pixel. So now what is happened, see, this button is fixed at the top, and if I also scroll my mouse, it will always stay at the top. This is a very popular way to give fixed headers and fixed what footers. So in that, what we do generally, top of 0 we do it, so it will fix at the top. So this is a very useful thing which we use a lot. So this is all the things here. Okay, so that is there. Now the last thing in css which we are going to see is the background images, and after this we'll have a 5 or 10 minute breaks, and after that we're going to look into Flexbox, css Flexbox, and then CSS Grid. Okay, so again I want to have a, I'm going to see how to add images here. Okay, so new folder of images I will have. Now Unsplash I'll go, but this time I will take a small image actually. So this I'll go, and I'll take this one, 640 into 426. This is very important. I've taken a small image. I'll put this in images, and maybe I will rename it to slash and rename. Now I want to show this image. See, the image is a bit smaller, and where do I want to show this image? I want to show this image inside this box. Inside this box, I want to show this image, which is 800 into 500. So let us show that image. So there is another property in CSS known as background image property, so through which you can show the image. So I'll come here and do a background image here, and this will be URL, and then I have to give any images, and splash.jpg. I'll save it. I'll come down, but see, the image is actually repeated because the image is small, so CSS is repeating it. It has been repeated, which is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. So I don't want to repeat it. So what I will do, I'll do a background repeat as no repeat. Save it. But now I have a bigger problem. So it is not repeating. So it is not showing it here. So now what to do? So here we'll do a background size, and this is the main thing. Background size as cover. I'll save it, and it will stretch the image, and it will not make the image blurry or something like this. This is like a magical thing. Background size of cover, it can stretch an image. A big images it can do small. So blindly, if you do these three things, any image can fit anywhere. Like in CSS, any image can be fitting anywhere. So this is the CSS. So we are done with the basics of CSS. As I've told, we will take a break of maybe 10 minutes. We'll take a break, and then we will meet for the uh, we'll start with Flexbox, which is like a very important thing. So nowadays Flexbox and Grid are the most important things. Okay, so we'll meet after 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll start with the CSS Flexbox now. So what is CSS Flexbox? CSS Flexbox is the technique which was released in 2015 by W3C, and it is the one of the greatest techniques to do the layout of websites, and this is a must skill for a front end developer right now. CSS Flexbox and Grid, and uh, we put a lot of pressure on this thing, so for our students also to complete those all those tasks and all those things. And there are a lot of websites on our YouTube channels created with this Flexbox and Grid. So that is there. So again, so I'll go here, not here. It is opening. So maybe, where was it? Because I want to give it on. One sec. It is 28 August. Okay, so I'll create a new folder, Flexbox here. This Flexbox. I'm going to open. So Flexbox, we are going to have a lot, 2 3 different folders here. So it's better to have another folder here inside it, which is like Flexbox 1, Flexbox 1, and then here I'll have an index.html and styles.css. So these 2 things I'm going to have, and again in the index.html I'll have a basic, and it will be Flexbox 1, and I will link this link. It's not a style.css, it's styles.css. It's there. Now we'll have some basic structure here. See, Flexbox is always given on the parent. So what I'm going to have here is a div, a class of container. Inside this I have some boxes. Okay, so that is there. Now if I go live here, okay, it is a bit different. So we'll have this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10 coming one after the another. So they're coming one after the another. So I want to have something like a style here. So what I'm going to do here, I'll have some comments. I'll have some CSS here. We're not started with Flexbox. We'll start. Okay, so we're doing the setup for the Flexbox. So what I'm doing, box sizing, border box. We know what border box does the padding and the border it includes in the width. Then box, I am making it of a color. The color I'm giving, font size, I'm making it a bit bigger, text align center, padding I'm giving, and all the boxes are of different background. So box is a common class, and box 1, box 2 are these classes. So I'll save it, so it will show like this, one after the another it will come. So now we'll start with the Flexbox. So, and Flexbox is always applied on the parent, means it is always applied on the parent, means this container is a parent of this inside div, so it will be always applied on the parent. So I'll come here and do a dot container and display of flex, display of flex. So display of flex I'll do, and then I'll have a border of 5 px solid black I'll do. So see, only this much, only display flex I'll do. See what will happen. Everything has moved to the left. Okay, so you might be thinking, oh, it is like a float left. No, it is not like a float left, because float is always given on this children, on the sibling elements. They are on the sibling elements, and Flexbox is always given on the parent, and it will always be applied on the children. So everything has moved like after each another. So I have a border also. So it is looking like this with Flexbox. But Flex doesn't ends here only. Flex has a lot of other things. So there is one more thing in Flexbox, like there is a inline flex is there. What is this inline flex? We don't use it that much. Inline flex is like it will extend to the last element. So inline flex is like this flex. Okay. Now I'll make it to flex back. Now I'm going to have another thing like a height of 100 vertical height. So what will happen with this 100 vertical height? Vertical height is another unit of measurement. So it is not Flexbox, but vertical height is a new unit of measurement. It takes the whole height. So 100 vertical height, I'm making the height as 100 vertical height. So it is doing like this. So okay, one more thing with Flexbox is one directional. Okay. When we are going to learn grid, we learn grid is two directional or bi-directional. Flexbox is one direction. So what means Flexbox have got a main axis and a cross axis. So the main axis is always left to right if the flex direction is row. By default the flex direction is row. So if I make it as flex direction as row, nothing will happen. It will be like this. But so when the flex direction is row, the main axis is from left to right, the cross axis is from top to down. So this is like that, the row is there. So then another thing is that flex direction, if I make it as column, now the main axis will change from not from left to right, but from top to down. If I save it, see, it will happen like this. Again, it seems like the when we started, it seems like that, but it is not exactly like that. Okay, so it is now from top to down, top to down. Okay, so that is there about the flex thing. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to do is like I will come and do the dot box, and I will make a of width of 300 pixel. Width of 300 pixel I do. Okay, I'll remove this flex direction back. So I will save it and remove it back. So width of 300 pixel I've done. So it seems like nothing has happened, like width of 300 pixel. Each of the box I'm making it as 300 pixel, but seems like nothing has happened, because if I remove this thing, like it was still here, but the only thing which has happened that it is extending till the end. So why it is not, but actually the width of 300 pixel is not been taken. Why the width of 300 pixel is not taken? The width of 300 pixel is not taken because, see, if I do my thing here like this, it is actually not 300 pixel. It is lesser than that. How I can find out? In the Chrome, if I inspect it, at the top you will see the width of this, it will be shown. So width is like 1680, 1700, and I have ultra wide, so 1918 is the last width. So it is not 300 pixel, because 300 into 10 is 3000 pixel. It is not 300 pixel. So Flexbox, what it does by default, it is very responsive. So for this responsiveness, it will take whatever the free space is there, it will take according to that. But if I don't want that behavior, if I want it to take the width of 300 pixel, I can do another thing. I will come here and do a flex wrap as wrap I can do, and I will save it. So now each one of them is like the 300 pixel is like this, it's taken. If I even do it, the Flexbox is completely responsive. So the moment it will be according to that. So this is the power of Flexbox. So it is completely responsive also. So it has been done like this. Maybe I'll make it a bit bigger. Okay. So it has been done. Now, okay. So this is done. Now the next thing which we are going to see is there is a property in Flexbox known as the ordering property. And for that, what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to remove all the things. So I'll save it. So see, everything will be till the end because I have a width of 300 pixel. So it will be taking the whole width. Now there is a ordering property, flex ordering property. What is this ordering property? So this ordering property, what happens by default, everything is of order 1. Okay, order 1 is there. But if I want to change the order, I can change it through Flexbox. So this box is there, then dot box 3 of order 1 I'll do, and then dot box 5 of, by default everything is order 1. Okay, order 0, by default everything is order 0. Order 2 I'll do. So what will happen is box 3 has moved after the order 0, everything is order 0, and box 5 has moved after and, so order 2 has moved after that. So this is order 1 and order 2. So you can have more order also. By default everything is order 0. So that is there. Now the next thing is that with Flexbox we will learn about alignment and centering. So what is this alignment and centering? We're going to learn about that. This is one of the major thing in Flexbox. So I want to take help from one site. So CSS Flexbox, if you search, generally the second site is the CSS trick site. Sometimes it is first also. CSS Flex. This is a very good guide to refer. Very good guide to refer. Whatever I told here, it is there. And Flexbox is Flexbox because it has got some alignment property. Like this, all these alignment properties are there. So we will look into this alignment property right now. Again, for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove all these things and display flex will be there. So now we'll take it as a reference and do it. So border, I will make border 5px solid black. Okay. So Flexbox, what happens with Flexbox? These properties like justify content and all those things, they depends upon the direction of Flexbox. So there is something known as the direction of Flexbox, which we have seen. Flex direction is row by default, so it will just justify content. If I go through it, what is justify content? Justify content is an alignment along the main axis. It will always be on the main axis, and it helps to distribute the free space. So let us see how it helps to distribute the free space. So right now I have like this. Okay, so now I'll do a justify content as flex start. So you'll see like this one. Flex start is like nothing will be there different. It will be like same. But if I do a flex end, everything as a whole will move to the end. Everything as a whole will move to the end. This is a very big thing. So this is a flex end. Now we have other properties like also here I can have a center. Everything will move to the center. So this is like that. And we have 3 more properties also. One is space between. Space between, what happened? The last one, there is it is connected and there is some space between there. Then there is space around. What is space around? Last one, there is some space and everything have a equal space. But space evenly is also there. Space between is used the most. Everything will be having the space, equal space. Okay, so that is there. So this is all the things. Now justify content, as it is also written, it is always on the main axis. Main axis by default, if the flex direction is row, which you don't have to give, it is left to right. But I can change the flex direction also by the flex direction, making it as column. So what I'm going to do here first is that I will make it as a flex start, and then flex direction as column, and height as 100 vertical height. I'll do because I want some height. So it changes the flex direction as column. So now what is happening? Our main axis is from top to right, top to down. So I'll save it. See, it is top to down. The main axis is like this. Okay, and okay, one more thing I need to do here. If I change this thing, this is quite big, so it will not show. Maybe I'll make this as 30 pixel. So now see the flex start. So it is moved like this. Flex start, it will move like this. If I do a flex end, it will move top to down. Flex end, it will move top to down. Then flex justify content as center. It will move to the center. If I have space between, it will have the same thing, space between, space evenly, space around. So like this it will be there. Okay, so this is the justify content in both the ways we have seen. Now we will see the align items. So this align items is there. So align items, it defines the default viewer how the flex items are laid along the cross axis. So now cross axis again is the opposite of main axis. If main axis is left to right, cross axis is top to down. So I will for this again I will come back and make it as 100 pixel, and text line center padding is there, and container is there, and the border is there, and maybe I will make the height as 100 vertical height. So it will be shown like this. Now as the align items are on the cross axis. So right now the cross axis is top to down because the main axis is left to right. Cross axis is top to down. So I will do the align items as, it is also telling me what we can do. So align item as, if I take it as, by default it is stretch. So I will take it as flex start. It will move to the start from top to down. Then flex end, move to the end. Then we have center, move to the center. So it is moving from top to down. But in align items we don't have that, those three things like space between and all those things. But we have one thing which is known as, if you come here, which is known as the baseline. So what is this baseline? We'll see. For seeing this baseline, we have to do something like align items. I'll do it as baseline, but I need to change the all of the box sizes. So what I'm going to do, I'll have the box sizes as different. Let's save it. So see, now this baseline have come. Align item as baseline. So what is this align item as baseline? Okay, so what is happening right now? See the base of the text 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is like a imaginary line. If you take it from here, it is like the base is in form. So this is the baseline. Okay, this is the baseline is there. That is how baseline has been done. So that is done. Now the next thing which we are going to do is, okay, so besides this align item, there is something known as align content also. Align content is also there. The align contains flex container lines within where the extra space around the cross axis. It moves all the thing at once. Actually, this align item, you're going to see this align item, and for that we need to, I think we have the correct setup. Okay, then actually remove these things. Then display flex, then height is okay. It is okay, and I will make a dot box width is 33.333%. Save. So it will go till the end. But if I don't want till the end, then what, I want 33.33%, but it is taking till the end. So I have to do a flex wrap as wrap, not no wrap. No wrap is by default a function. So flex wrap as wrap I'll do. So it will make everything as 33.33%. I will now, if I do this line content as flex start, move everything to the start, everything as a whole to the start, then the flex end, it will move everything as a whole to the end. Then there is center, will move everything as a whole to the center. And here we have those three properties also, like justify content, space around, space between space E1 E1ly. We have all these things like the same thing which happens here. Okay, so that is there, all these things we have now. Now the next thing which we are going to have. Okay, one sec. So yeah, so Flexbox is a very small topic. So now we will soon going to be ending it, and we're going to start with grid also. So the last thing which we are going to do, if you come here, this left hand side, in this list, it is all about the parent property, like the main property. But we have some individual children property also. One of the individual children property is the order property, which we have already seen. And another property is like the align self property, which is being associated with the children. So we'll see the align self property, and then we're going to see one more property. So to see the align self property, what we are going to do, align flex wrap I'm going to remove, and align items is flex start. I'm going to do box is okay. So it is showing like this. Now I will have some padding added to some boxes like this. The padding is added, box 2, box 6, box 9. So box 2 boxes and box 9 will show different. So what is this align cell property? See, align cell property is something which overrides the align item property. Align item is like flex start, so everything is at the start. So if I make the align self here, it will go to the individual boxes. So I will come here and do the align self x, and it will go to the end. Align self x start to the start only, and then align self x, not flex, align self, I'll put it as center. So it will move to the center. So this is our the line thing. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to see, we will have some different Flexbox, because I want to give all these things to all of you. New folder is Flexbox 2, again index.html and .css. Quickly make it Flexbox 2 link is style.css. So I have some different div here right now, so I'll do it and go live. Okay. So it is showing like this because there are no styles I put. So let me put some styles. This now similar styles only, and So everything will be shown like this. Okay. So everything will be shown like this. Now we are going to see the another very important property in Flexbox known as a property of flex. Again, it's the individual property of flex we are going to see. So what is this flex property? It's a shorthand property, but we generally use it in the longhand only. It is recommended to use this shorthand property rather than set the individual properties. Okay, so that is okay. So I will first do a dot container and display of text. I'll do save it and it will come like this. Okay, so now there is a property of individual so that this flex property is applied on the individual boxes. So I'll do a dot box and flex of 1. I'll do flex of 1. So what is this flex of 1? Flex of 1 means whatever is the space which is remaining. Let me make it a bit more smaller. Whatever the space is there, so there is a lot of space here. Distribute that space equally between all the element. Flex of 1 because I'm giving it in the box. Box is a common thing which is there in all of the things. So it means that spend distribute the space equally. So in this case only, if I do a box 2 of flex 2, I'll do save it. See, the second box will have twice the space. Second box will twice the space as the other boxes. So what happened right now? Whatever the space was there remaining, the second box got twice the space. The rest of the space was divided among them equally. So this is what happens when you give the flex of 2. So now we'll see the properties individually. Actually, flex is a combination of 3 properties: flex row, flex strings, and flex basics. So we can use them individually also. Although they recommend not to use it individually, but we should know how to use them individually also. So for seeing to use them to individually, what we need to do first thing is that I only need 2 of them. I need only 2 of them. Save it, and then I will go back here. Maybe I'll give a box 1, and because I have 2 boxes only, and I'll make it as 1. Save it. So both of them are now equal. Both of them are equal. But it's a shorthand property of 3 things: flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basics. So flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basics. 1 1 0 I can do. Flex grow, it means flex, it is the same thing like is 1. It will show no changes. Flex flex grow is 1, flex shrink is 1, and flex basics is 0. So I will now look into all of those separately. So for that, first thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a flex basics. Basis is 400 pixel. By default we take it as 0 for a reason. Flex basis as 300 pixel. So what is this? It means that the default size of the element before the remaining space is distributed. This is generally equal to width. That's why we give it as 0 generally. Okay. So now the next thing is the flex grow. Flex grow is the main property actually. Flex grow of 2 and flex grow of 1. Flex row of 2 and flex row of 1. So now what happened? Now this is the main part. Flex row means how to distribute the free space. So whatever the free space was there, first one is taking twice the free space and second one is taking once the free space. So this is another flex row. Now there is one more thing is like the flex shrink. Flex shrink. This I will take as first one. I'll take as 5, and this flex shrink, this one I will take as 1. I will save it. So now what will happen? See, in this view nothing happened. Flex shrink means the proportion of the space when it is less. So when the space is less, it will shrink 5 times, it will shrink 1 time. So that mainly happens in the mobile view. So if I go like this mobile view, it is shrinking 5 times more and it is shrinking only 1 time. So this is what flex shrink means. And with this actually we completed the flex box. And now we are going to look into CSS. Let me not take a break. Maybe we'll complete it by 1:30. We'll try to complete it by 1:30, and we'll do some setup quickly. Okay. So Grid is even better than Flexbox. So there was Flexbox is very small, but both of them are used equally. Sometimes I use both of them in my project at the same time. But Grid is much more powerful than Flexbox because Grid is two directional. Okay, bi-directional, not unidirectional like Flexbox, and it has got even more things than Flexbox. Okay, and more things than Flexbox. So I'll close it. I'll make a new folder, make it as a grid, and yeah. So grid. Again, I'll have a folder grid one index.html style.css like this. Grid one. Again, we'll have some basic thing here, and okay, so we'll have some basic things here, and we'll have also some basic styles before even we start with it. This again, these styles will make everything appear in the center and all. So like this, I'll save it, and we see we're using Flex also to center everything. So I'll come here and go live. Everything will be shown nice here. It is shown like this. So now let's start with grid. So grid is also applied on the parent, so it will be applied on the container. So how it will be applied, let us see. So again, on the container we'll go and come here and give a dot container, and then display of grid. Display of grid I'll save it. Nothing happens. If I do a display of flex, we have seen earlier also, the moment I do display flex, something happens. A display of grid, nothing's happened because grid is bi-directional. It requires some more things. I have to either give a column or I have to give a grid. Okay, so one more thing I want to tell. Grid template columns. I'll give GTC grid template column, and no, I will not use the repeat right now. Grid template column, and I will make it as 200 pixel. So in grid, what we can do, we can give columns also, we can give rows also, and it is like it doesn't have something like flex direction as row or column. No, we have like columns are there and we have like rows are there. So I'll save it. Okay, so now see, it is done. 200 pixel, one column of 200 pixel and one column of 500 pixel are been done. Okay, so that is there. Now we can also have a grid template rows of 200 pixel, 100 pixel, and 300 pixel. Like this I can have and save it like this. Now the first one is 200 pixel, second one is 100 pixel, third one is 300 pixel. the last two have taken whatever the space was there. Hello Indian gamer. So that is there. Now we have another thing here which is known as a gap of 5 pixel. If I give, what will happen? Bit of space will be given, gap will be given. So this is like this. Okay, this is how we do it. Now the thing is that we are going to use here not the browser. For grid there is a special browser, not Chrome. That special browser is not even Firefox. That special browser is known as Firefox Developer Edition. It is not a Firefox, it's Firefox Developer Edition. So you should all download this browser. So this is, it is very easy to do. Means Flexbox, not Flexbox, Grid, because it has got some special tools which even Chrome doesn't have, which even normal Firefox doesn't have. So what are the special tools? So if I click here in inspect, it has got this tool known as, I think it is a bit, a grid tool. It has got this grid tool which no other browser have. So if I come here and do a container which is a grid, like this container was a grid, I will click here. See, it has been shown like a, it shows these numbers and all which are very important. We'll see later on 1 2 3. So it is showing these numbers. So whatever is the numbers are there, it is showing that. Okay, so as we've seen earlier, so these two were like taking whatever space it was. There is a spatial name for these things, and this is known as explicit, and this is known as implicit. If you see closely, this, the dashes are like big, and here the dashes are like this dot. Yeah, if I create, increase the size, see these dashes, these dashes are like this, and if I come here, there is dots. It is there because this dots means that they are implicit track. They were formed before, because in the rows I didn't have much, so they were formed because of that. So there is a way to control these things also, and this is done by, there is a thing known as a grid auto rows. Is, I will give it as 150 pixel. 150 pixel I'll give it. See now these two are also, I can control them. These two are now 150 pixel. Okay, so that is there. Okay, now let me see, 1 sec. Okay, so we'll see the next thing now, and which is like sizing tracks. Sizing tracks is known as sizing tracks, and for that I will have a bit more here. And have a gap of 20 pixel. Save it and save it. Now we have a bit more gap here, and that is there. Now if I want to do a column like grid template columns, if I try to do it 25%, 25%, 25%, and 25%, if I give 4 times 25%, what is happen? See, the fourth one is like going here. So because 25% into 4 is 100%, but this 20 pixel is also been added there, gap is also been added. So this percentage is not a good way to give anything. So what is a good way? So to see the good way, let us again make it back to like border is 5px solid black, and the grid template column is 200 pixel and 150 pixel. I'll save it. So 200 pixel and 150 pixel, it has been done. Now there is a lot of free space remaining here. Okay, so in grid what happens, there is a thing known as fr means free space, and that is applied in the container, in the parent only it is applied. So it means grid template column, one is 200 pixel, one is 150 pixel, 200 pixel, 150 pixel, and I want a third column which is like one fr row. I'll save it. See what will happen. Whatever the free space was there remaining, it is taking this thing. So this is known as free space. This is a very powerful concept in grid. So now again I will have one fr and I will have a 2 fr. So what will happen, this okay, so whatever was the free space was there, so there was this much free space from here till here, from here till here the free space was there, here till here. So one part was given to this and two part was given to this. So the 1 fr and 2 fr are there. We have another thing like something known as a auto. If I give a auto and save it, so this is like 1.4, it will be whatever the default padding and margin is there, it will take that thing. So this is known as a auto. And auto is something like whatever default is there. So maybe if I go to the 7 and do a developer, it will take that, but it is expanding everything else also, so I will do this back. So this is the auto, 1 fr and 2 fr have done. Now we have seen this repeat thing coming a lot. So what is this repeat thing? Repeat thing is actually a shortcut. Suppose I want a format in which like this 1 fr is there, 2 times 1 fr is there. So means after this 2 times 1 fr is there. So instead of writing it like this, I can write it like repeat 2 times 1 fr. Now same thing is there. So and we can give some other complicated patterns also like this. Suppose I have a pattern 1 fr, 2 fr, 1 fr, 2 fr, like this I have a pattern. So what I can do instead of this, repeat 2 times 1 fr and 2 fr, save it. So it will bring like this. Okay, so it is there. Now okay, we'll take a different thing now. It to take next.html and .css grid 2 and link css, and this time I'll have some more, and item 1 to 30 I have, so I have a bit more. Container is there, still have a container. Then I'll have a some kind of CSS I have. I go to index.html, go live. What is happening? Yeah, so this is shown like this. There are a lot of elements right now. So what we are going to learn right now, we are going to learn how to size grid elements, grid items. Okay, so what does that mean? So I'll come here in the style.css, and again I will go to a dot container and display of grid and gap of 20 pixel. I'll do, and GTC grid template column. This time I'll use a repeat thing. 5 times 1 FR I'll do. 5 times 1 FR I've done. Save it. So see, it is coming one after another. 5 times 1 FR. So what happens if I want to do some this dot item 9 as background, any background, misty rows maybe, and width of 500 pixel. If I do this width of 500 pixel, so see this width, when the width is changing, everything is changing here. But suppose I don't want to do it like this, so there is another property. If I inspect it and if I open it like this grid container, because I want this thing right now. So what I'm going to have right now is, there is another property which is known as the grid column property. So I will do that grid column and span 2. I'll do span 2 grid column span 2. I'll save it. So see what does happen now. It has spanned 2 columns. The fourth column was starting here, fourth and sixth. It has spanned 2 columns. Grid column span 2, span, it has spanned 2 columns like this. So this is what the span property is. And now there are like this span of grid column. We have grid row also we can take, and span of 2 I can take, save it. So it will span to the row also, like this down, it will span to the row also. Now there are some different ways to do this same thing. We are going to look into the different ways to do the same thing. So I'll come here and dot item 16 I'll do, and the background is, maybe this color is good. Where is the grid column start? There is something like grid column start. I'll start it at 2, and grid column end, I will end it at 6. Grid column start and grid column end. I will save it. So see, it is now starting at 2 and ending at 6. So this is another way to give it. So but there are some more ways to give this thing. I will copy it. This color is not good. Okay, now what I will going to have, instead of this grid column start to and grid column end to, I can have a shortcut here. So what is like grid column, and it start from 2 and end at 6. So I can have it like this. Same thing will happen. Now again another shortcut is there, which is like cut it, and now this is grid column start at 2 and then span till 4. Span till 4. Same thing will happen. So this is there. So one more thing is there in this grid, which is this column is item 17 background is 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭𝐢𝐜𝐚 maybe, and grid column is 1 to -1. So what does this -1 means? See, -1 you are seeing at the end there is -1 is being shown. So -1 is the last column. You don't need to remember whatever is the last column. -1 you give, it will be the last one. If the 6th column, it will be the 6th one. If there 8th column, it will be the 8th one. -1 I have given, and I will save it, and it will, the item 17 will move to the end. So like this, I will have a item 18 as maybe linen, and I can have -2 also. -2 already is not given. It means the second last one. So I'll save it. So it will move to the second last one. So it is like this. Okay. So that is there. Now we're done with this thing. Now we are going to look into another very important property of this CSS, which is like the autofill and the autofit property. For that also, again, we need to have a different, we are going to take a different grid 3 index.html and style.css. We'll have some classes which are item and item 1, and we'll have this style.css with link. Save it. Okay, so I have this thing item 1 to item 12. It is there. Okay, so this all are there. Now what I'm going to go do here, I'm going to come here and do a dot container as display of grid gap of 20 pixel, then border of 10 pixel solid black, then grid template column of. So we have something known as a repeat. We've seen that we're given some numbers, say like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But if I give something like an auto fill, there is a property like auto fill, and then 150 px I'll give auto fill 150 px. So what does that mean? This means that each one of them, each one of the item will be 150 pixel, and it will try to fit whatever item it is able to fit in this screen. So the item number 6, it was not able to fix it here, so it has gone to the next line. So the moment I do this, responsiveness comes. See, this is how easy you can do responsiveness in a grid. Okay, so this is why the grid and Flexbox are so great. So you can do responsiveness so easily in a grid. Now that is okay, the responsiveness is there, but there is one more thing which is known as auto fit, which is almost similar to auto fill. Okay, so for seeing that, we actually will remove a bit of the numbers here, and I will make it as item 4. So we have removed these things, a bit less we have done. So again I'll go this thing. Okay, so this dark line shows where the grid is starting and the ending, it is ending here, so it is showing that thing. Okay, so now if I do see autofill is there, and if I do instead of this auto fit, see these lines are moving here, so it means it will end here only. Auto fit, it will end here only. So now I'll choose the dot item 4 and make it a grid column and as -1. I'll do the -1. So nothing will happen here because it is ending here only. But if I make it as auto fill, since it was ending here last, it is go to the last. If I make it a bit more, I think, yeah, it will go here. Whatever here is there, whatever the last one is there, it will move to the last one. Whatever the last one is there, it will move to the last one. Okay, so that is how we can use this auto fill. So this is a very common pattern in which some of the items are here, some of the items are here. This is how we can do that thing. Okay, so that is done. Now we are going to look into a bit. Autofilled is even more powerful property. There is something known as a min max. Min max is there. With that, it becomes even more powerful. And for that, what we are going to do here, one sec, let me make it a bit bigger. So here, after this item 4, actually I'll end this div here, and then I'll have another div dot min max container. Min max container I'll have, and in this min max container I will have till this 8th, this all will come up, but item 6 I will write something else here. Goodbye, I'll write, save it, so it will be shown like this. Let me make it small now again. So now we'll give the style to this min max container. So I'll come here and here min max container, I'll go and display of grid, gap of 20 pixel, border of 10 pixel, solid, medium, blue maybe, so like this. And then grid template columns, repeat is auto fill 100. I don't want a grid on this, lines on this. See what is happening. See this goodbye is actually going outside it, not showing good. This is also going in the next line. So how to fix this thing? So to fix this thing, what I will have after this 100 pixels is showing some problem. Maybe I'll make it as 150 pixel, but then also I don't know that whether this problem will be okay or not. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a min max here, and min max is a property, and I'll have min max and 1 FR. I'll have min max and 1 FR. Okay. So what does that mean? Autofill, it will autofill it, and either the items will be 150 pixel or 1 FR, whatever is applicable. So I'll save it. So in this case, it is like maybe 150 pixel. But now if I make it a bit smaller, so it is still maybe 150, sometimes it is 1 FR, and this case it is definitely 1 FR, because this cannot be 150 pixel. This is 1 FR. So 1 FR, it is taking it completely. Okay, it is taken completely. So this is 1 FR. So this is done. So much responsiveness is, only see the second one, so much responsiveness is there. But there is one more thing, we can even make it even more responsive, because in the last view, because in this view it is not responsive, it is not going till the end. So for that we just have to make it as auto fit. And if I save it, see, it is responsive in the desktop view also, desktop view and mobile view and all those things, it is responsive. Okay, so the thing is that it is responsive. So this is done. Now we'll look into the last topic here now, which is the centering. This is a centering thing. See, centering, which we saw in Flexbox so early, it is the last topic here. It is the last topic here. So that means grid has so many things, even without this centering and all. So we'll quickly create one more. Last grid folder, like grid for index.html and style.css. I'll do HTML not done like this. Grid for link CSS and now we'll have a lot of item in this. So like this 40 items we have, and again the CSS will be there. We'll go live. This time we have a difference. This time we don't have any boxes and all here, so that is a difference. Okay, so now we'll go here, and again we have a very good article. So again the alignment, this is one of the main thing. And again if I go here and do a CSS grid, second article is generally this CSS trick article, one of the top article out there. So quick reference, it's a very quick reference. You can always see all the references, all those things. Yeah. So grid is actually much more better than Flexbox in this justify items and align items, all these things, because grid is two directions. So we don't have something like flex direction. If you change the direction, the justify content was behaving differently. So here we don't have something like that. So here what we have, like this 3-4 properties. And one more thing is there in grid. Okay, so I'll tell you. This grid have all the 6 properties. Flexbox have only 3 properties. Justify, I think these 3 properties Flexbox has got. Okay, Flexbox has got only this properties. Align, justify content, align items, align content, and align self. But grid have got all the 6 properties, like justify items is also there and justify self is also there. And another thing which is much more easier in grid is that justify is always on the row axis and align is always on the column axis, and that was changing when we had done Flexbox. Like justify was on the main axis, and once you do the flex direction as column, it was changing. So it is not there. So we'll go. So first thing we are going to do is this. We are going to come to this and do the dot container, and display is grid, and gap is 20 pixel, and grid template column is repeat 10 comma 1 save it. So this will come one after the another. Now the first thing which we are going to look into is the justify items, which is along the row axis. And justify item, as the thing says, it is for the items. Okay, so you'll understand what I'm telling. Justify items is start. I'll do save it. So see, will not see anything different here, and to see the different you have to click here. Okay, so it will be shown like this. But I have to do one more thing. All the item is like a class in all of them. So I'll do a dot item as background is white, save it. So see, now I can see all the items. So if I do a justify item and start, inside this box, the item will move. Start, it will move to the start, and it will move to the end, but only inside this box. This is very important thing. Center, it will move to the center only inside this. And if I don't give anything, or it will be stretch. By default it is a stretch, so I can give stretch, it will be stretch. And if I don't give also, it is stretch. By default it is stretch. Okay, so that is like this, justify items. Now the thing is that the next thing which we are going to look is the align items, of course. So but align items, we need to change it a bit. Okay, so align items, what we need to do, because align items is again from top to down, because it is always on the column axis. So grid template column is repeat 10 this alpha, maybe I'll make it a bit bigger, and then grid template row repeat 5 comma 100 pixel, and background color is okay. Justify, but I will do the justify item something, justify item, and I'll do, so I made some row also. Okay, so justify item and, because I want it to be the end, at the end, so I have made the justify item as at the end. Again, by default align item is also stress. Okay, then I'll do the align items as start. Move to the start, from top to down it will move to the start, then end, it will move from top to down to the end, center, it will move from top to down to the center. And if I see one more thing, good thing here, if I make this as center, it will be exactly center. And if I don't add this and don't add this, what will happen? Both of them are stretched right now. It will actually fill the complete box. It will fill the complete box. Both of them are stretched right now. So we have made it like this. Okay. Now the next thing is that we've seen this justify item, align item. Now content and align content. So align content and justify content are actually used most, because that they will move everything as a whole. Okay, they will move everything as a whole. So what does that mean? So again, this column I will make it as 500 pixel. This is 500 pixel and 500 pixel. So now let's see what is happening. I have a lot of space remaining here. I'll even have a border and px solid black, like this. Save it. So this will be like this. Okay, so background color is there, so that is there. Now what we are going to do, we are going to learn about justify content. And justify content have all those values like space, around space, between, and all are also there. So if I come here and do a justify content as start, I'll have, so everything move to the start, then by default it is start only. So end I'll do, it will move to end. She is moving everything as a whole, so that is much more important. Everything as a whole it is moving. And then center, everything as a whole. So justify item and align item was moving only inside it, inside the row. So it is moving, but it is moving everything as a whole, so that's why it is much more used. Okay, so that is there. And then we can have space around, so like there's some spaces there, space between, no space is there, and space evenly, the space will be evenly, so like this it will be there. So now that is there. And another other thing is that align content. So we will look into the align content thing. So align content, one sec. Okay, so for align content, we need to do it a bit lesser, like maybe till we'll have only half of it, till 20 we'll have. Then we'll have a, this is all okay, but we'll have a height here, height of 500 pixel we'll have. Then grid template column is okay, and grid template row we don't need, and justify content I'll have a space between. I will save it, so it will be like this. Okay, so now I'll have a align content as start. So everything will move to the start. Align content as end. Everything will move to the end. Okay, and then align content as center. Everything will move to the center. Okay, then we have that space around, so there will be a bit of a space between. I'll have something like this, a space EVENLY space evenly, and this space evenly. So this is all the things are there. So now we are left with the individual property of justify self and align self. Justify self and align self. So let us see that thing. And for that, 500 pixel, 10 pixel, 500 pixel. Okay. This I will also have it as between. Now, as I have told, it is like between I have done. So now again it is on the individual item. So let us choose one of the individual item. I'll choose the item 8. So item 8 I will choose, not 7, item 8 I'll choose, and background I will choose the color as different, yellow, and then justify self as start. I'll do save it. So see, it will move only inside this. So by default, justify it overrides the justify item. Justify item as a stretch, so it is overwriting the justify item. Start, it will be like here, and it is showing like this. Okay, then end, it will move to the end. Center, it will move to the center, and there is a stretch also, okay, which is anyways by default. So now we're going to look into the align self. So for align self also, we need to do, whenever we do align, we have to do some changes because we need some more width and all, height and all. Okay, so 500 pixel, this is okay, but we'll have one grid template row as 1 fr 1 fr 300 pixel and 1 fr. I will have these things, and space between is there. Now see, this third one have some more space, and we're going to target something from here. So I'm going to target the ITM 14 and background as, so we're going to end in 5 minutes, and we are going to have a break till 1:30 after that. Okay, then we'll start with JavaScript. Okay, background is this, and align self is start. So see, it is moving to the start, and to move to the end, and center, it will move to the center. So with this, we have completed our CSS Grid also. So all the CSS, you need to do a lot of projects. Okay, you need to do a lot of projects for CSS, and that is something which is required, and that is also there on our channel. We do a lot of front end mentor projects on our channel. What is front end mentor? You can ask us all those things. So you have to do a lot of front end mentor challenge to be good in CSS. So this is all theoretical part. Now you have to do the projects, and we expect you to do front end mentor projects, and that is how you become good in CSS, and that is a must for a front end developer. A front end developer gets something known as a PSD file from a designer, and then that they have to convert it into HTML and CSS. A lot of my students who were like that, okay, we'll learn only React, will not be good in CSS, they face a problem when they give to a company. Okay, so don't be that person who will face a problem, because it will be very difficult. Then you have to be now on the fly, you have to learn the CSS. Okay, so that is there. Please do learn CSS. It is as important as JavaScript and React. Okay, so as I have told, we are going to take a 15-minute break, and okay, one sec. 15 minutes. uh, so yeah, we are going to take this 15-minute break, and we are going to come after this. Thank you.
Hey everyone, is my voice is audible for all? Yeah, I know that still is 3 minutes is there, and we will wait for that, and we will move on to the session. Okay. Hey everyone, is my voice is audible for all? Yeah, I know that. So, yeah, sorry for that. Okay, so like, so if you are already in to the bootcamp, just comment like whether the voice is audible or not, like that. And if you have any doubt, you just ask me now for this 3 minutes. Okay, so and we move on to the session. Okay, if you have any doubts regarding the previous sections or regarding whatever you're going to learn today, like anything that's in your mind, just give a comment in the comment, just give your queries in the comment box, and I will try to just solve it. Okay, so and then we move on to the JS, because I don't want people to something in their mind and just simply sitting in the bed and watching the JavaScript section, because this JS class is going to be a great Kickstarter for you. Okay, so that is why I'm here. Like if you have any doubts that is running over your mind, and if you want to ask here, you just now ask. Okay, so after we move on, just for like another 2 to 3 minutes, and every time I come and see all your comments and all, and I will just focus on that too. Like I will reply to your comments too. Okay. Yeah, right, right. So okay, I think so first of all, great things for all the students who are watching till now. So that's this boot camp is going to be existed for another 4 hours, I think so. Like it's maybe like 5 to 5:30 it's may end, and in between that you will get the after attendance form. Maybe I think 2 attendance form is shared, right? So another attendance form you will get, and after that if you fill all the attendance form, you will get a certification of participation in this workshop too. Okay, so that is what I'm saying. Like if you have any doubt regarding the previous section or any general doubts you have, you can ask now. Okay, so I just try to uh, give answer for that, and after we move on to the JS, and we will look into that JS part, and I just going to cover the JS like from scratch, and even a baby can understand like what is JS and what is the purpose of JS. Okay, so all the doubts regarding JS also will be get cleared, and also we're going to at the end we're going to see about the some of the basics programming fundamentals of JavaScript. If you are like if you are non coming from non coding background, like that, if you don't have any coding knowledge, like that, you can able to understand now. Okay, so that is what I'm just asking, like whether you have any doubts or anything that you have in your mind, you can just simply ask, or otherwise give a feedback like how was this first 4 day, first 4 hours, just give a feedback. Okay, let me see, are you able to see my screen? Yes, it is possible, you can see my screen, right? Just a minute, I just come with my notes. Yeah, it's my screen is available, right? Okay, so shall we start our section for JavaScript? So we can move on for furthers. Okay, so if you have any doubts, you just ask me now, very soon. Okay. Okay, shall we start? I think no one. Okay, so we can start our section for regarding JavaScript. Okay, so what is the script and what how its JavaScript is working, and what is the purpose of JavaScript, and all everything will be I just explain all. Okay, I hope that my screen is visible clear. Okay, we go with the basic fundamentals. We are just going with the basic fundamentals of the topic, and sorry, and then we're going to cover about like what is the purpose and everything all. Okay, so we just want to learn in the web development. Okay, so this web development, as you know, like it is a 8 hours boot camp, and here don't consider misconception. Like for example, if I attend the 8 hours of boot camp, I can able to create you can able to create some beginner level stuffs and all, but web development is something huge, right? So becoming a full stack development is even more huge. The same like that, this web development will, this 8 hours will give an idea like the perspective of how to learn all those things like that you can learn here. Like you can get a huge kickstart is going to be that. And at the end of the JavaScript, we just go to see about some of the mini project and where we use that, like something like how the social media works, and we going to work about some of the social media uh, um, applications. Okay, so instead of focusing on the design part, we're going to see about the logic behind the social media applications and all, and we're going to learn more and more. Okay, so if you have any, I will be watching the YouTube also. So if you have any doubts, you just ask me. I will reply in the comment in the comment box itself. Okay, so if you feel free to ask, because this is going to be more interactive, and that's how it's need to be. Okay, I just want to know, like, how many of you already know JavaScript and how many of you new here. Okay, if you are new here, just give a comment soon. Like if it is my first programming language, I don't know nothing about coding. This is this is my first, like I want to do in web development, this is my first, just give a comment. Or otherwise you are already know about some of the programming and stuff, you may ask like I know, like just give a comment in here, because it is easy to understand like how many people are there as their concept, like whether they are beginner or they know something. Okay, so based on this we can move our session. Quick comment, we don't have much more time. Okay, I'm new to JavaScript, fine, right? So that session is going to be helpful for those new people. Okay, so I know like people are already watching TWD, they will know about like how this JavaScript is going. We will covering from the basics, beginner to advanced, and advanced to mastery, and mastery to doing in JavaScript, and JavaScript to like how to go with the frameworks like React, like that. We are go with a sequence order how the TWD is working. And it is going to be a great for all the newcomers. And even if you are like some, like I know some of the programming languages and all, the concept behind JavaScript will be understand. Okay, so because JavaScript is something different from other programming language, even though it's not a programming language in the beginning. That is what I'm saying. Okay, we will discuss, that's all. Okay, so we will go for the theoretical part. We need to know, hi everyone, if you have any, you can ask it and I will explain. I'm watching in the screen. Okay, so I just can see. Okay, so let's come to realistic part. Like if you are those who are attending this session, you have some please make sure that this part, this 1 hour, the next 1 hour, it's going to be all about JavaScript theories. Okay, so this theory is going to give like next 3 hours how we going and what is the purpose of JavaScript and all those things. Okay, so if you have any doubts, you can ask now, love. And this concept is very important to understand JavaScript. That is why I'm here. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what is the part, like I think like our founder Namitu Biswas, he is taking for the past 4 hours, right? So he will teach everything about HTML and CSS, and it's so good, right? So first of all, thank you so much for Namitu Biswas for doing that show. Okay, so the pre-session was just amazing. Thank you so much. This credit is to our founder. Okay, so even this bootcamp, everything is organized by our Biswas. Like no one can do an 8 hours length bootcamp in the live. Like instead of recording a pre-recorded video is available, but there is no live section is available and taking 2 persons, right? So we are not a big team. Like only 2 persons is taking the entire section. That is also and great part and initiative by. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's comes to the concept, like how the entire development work, and we're going to see about what is the purpose of JavaScript in the development field, and we're going to see about why we actually need a JavaScript and what this JavaScript make a revolution in this field of development. Okay, so that is what we're going to see now. And if you have any doubt, as I say now, every comment I'm watching now, you have any doubt, you just ask it, I will reply to it immediately. Okay, so let's go. For example, we are going to build something called as web app, right? is my screen is visible, right? Just my writing is visible to all. That's it. Yeah, my writing is also visible. Thanks so much. Okay, so this is, we can okay, so web app. So in this, for building an web app, like means website or anything, there's a difference between web apps and website, but no problem, everything comes under one roof. Okay, so website, like it has two parts. So what are the parts? It's everything that's covered by our tutor. Okay, so I just going to cover why the purpose of JavaScript. Okay, so it's going to have front end part, right? It's going to have a front end part and it's going to have a back end. Okay, so what is mean by this front end and what is this mean by this back end? Okay, so it is something in the general terms we call it as a front end, it is called as a back end. Okay, because it is in front side of the client and this is in the back side of the client, which the client cannot see this, right? So that is why we see this is front end and this is back end. But what is the typical? So how can I know I am job ready in web development? I'm new to the JS. Like, hello sir. Like, so if you want to know, like, if you are job ready in JS, try to create a real world projects, right? For example, try to create an end-to-end project, something like if you want to create an e-commerce website, just create end-to-end. Okay, so that is more than enough to get a job. Why I'm saying like end-to-end? For example, I just replying the comment only. This is a theory part. Like, let's say come. Okay, so just create an app like Amazon. Okay, so it is not a huge task. Okay, an app like Amazon means I'm saying like create an e-commerce app, e-commerce app, and e-commerce app is nothing but where you can the client can see the product and the client want to buy a product, and some like several like OTP verifications or some email follow-ups will be there, and after that the transaction must be complete. Okay, so you need to build a good user interface and you need to collect the data for the database and everything. Okay, so if you are already a good skilled persons in the development field, like just create an end-to-end app, that is more than enough. Okay, so after that you can learn about the cloud computing, AWS and all. Okay, so that is up to you. Okay, but it is good to have like an end-to-end app, that is more than enough. Okay, so new to JS, welcome all. So like be attentive, this 1 hour is going to be know about whatever the doubts you have in JavaScript, it's going to be get rid. Okay, so I promise you. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's we go for this, and you can see like website or web app, anything is divided into two things, right? What is front end and back end? So it is a general term. We can say generally it is a front end and this is a back. What is a technical term? The technical term is, as a developer, how we actually see this front end and what is this back end. So this is called as client side client work. Okay, so something called as the client side work. So that is called as something called as front end. And here comes like this is called as back end. We can say as server side. Okay, I just going to explain what is these things. Okay, not yes, server side. Okay, so I just everything is going to be work. Okay, so for example, let me go with from scratch. Okay, so let's see. We want to create a developer. First, what we need an UI UX. So what is mean by this? This is something called as okay. So the designers out there, they create a Photoshop. Like consider they create a Photoshop of the website. Like they create and by using some of the tools available there, like Figma, Adobe XD, something like that. They create and photocopy. Okay, so it's like how to design a website. So first work is go for there, and they will create something called as like create the logo, graphics designer. So in between here there is an include called as graphic designer. They create the logo of the image, they create whatever the image we need to add in the website, they create whatever the style, font and everything they want to add in a website, and they will give of something like this. Okay, so consider like we have a Xerox copy of our website, right? A color Xerox of our website, right? So this is how first we design our website. Okay, so and after this design is carried on to the front end part, like front end developer, that is here. Okay, so we can say like client side developer. So what we do, we just recreate this design. What we just recreate the design that is given by the UX designer. So the UI UX is they do some strategy like what color the user interface, like what is the psychology of the color, typography, what should the font come, what should be the size of the font, and everything they will take care. And they will give you an template, a photocopy of this template, and also they give a style guide. So what is mean by this style? So they mention like what is the something like what is the font family we need to use, what is the color we need to use, what is all those things they will be mentioned here. Okay, so then what is the work of the front end? The work of the front end is to make this to an web app, okay, like an website. Okay, so right now it is a Xerox copy, like it isn't like an image. Okay, so nothing but it is like an image. They create a website image. Okay, just show you. Okay, so how after running the design, if I go for Google and I say UI site design, okay, you can see like something comes like this. Okay, just a minute, it will load, and you can see there are like it is Scribble, like Scribble is one of the favorite UX. This is library. Okay, so this is, you can see like this is how they created a website like this. Like for example, even more simpler, I can say like you can see this design, you can see. So what they do, they just do the graphic designing and they do this designing and all, and they just give a photocopy of this. Okay, so they just give a photocopy of this, and what we this is the end of the UI UX designer. Okay, so they do the design, they do the color, they do whatever the thing and all those things. Okay, so after that what they will do, they will give the of this, and what we going to do, we just going to see that image and we're going to recreate it here. What we're going to do, we're going to recreate it. Okay, so the exact same recreation is going to happen, but this time it is not like an image, it is like a web app. Like it is for like we're going to run it as something like a browser understandable format. Okay, so that is for converting this website, like the graphics designing, UI designing into an front end part, what all of the technology is needed? It's HTML and then CSS. So what about HTML? So HTML is take care of all the structure, like whatever the something like whatever the tags, the imaging. Okay, so that's all the thing will be taken of the HTML, and CSS is take care of the color, alignment, design, layout, and everything. Okay, so it is going to take care of the everything. And what this HTML and CSS combined together do, they will recreate the exact UI design. Okay, so something like you can see like take Amazon. So an UI UX design is planned and strategized in that. And what after that what they do, what they simply do means they just by using something like a frameworks and all. But now consider a e-commerce app is there, and what they do, they just by using HTML and CSS, they recreate into an browser understandable format. Okay, this browser, if it is in the browser, if it is in the internet, then it is accessible by the client, right? So why it is called as client side work means it is called as something, it is called as client side work because these all the things it can capable to see by the client. So who is the client? I am the end user who is using that website, he is the client. So same like this. So whatever the things you are entering, like whatever the tags, whatever alignment you are doing, it can be seen by the it can be seen by the client. That is why it's called as client side work. Okay, so then what about backend? So here they are recreating. Then what is about the backend? So a backend is nothing but it is all about the logical work. So here it is very important. Why it is very important? So every website is meant for creating some business work or some services work, that ultimately making some money, right? So they need to do some businesses, that is why they are making, right? So that is the only thing of creating a website or web apps or anything. Okay, so other than that, like personal branding website, blog website, everything, at the end the intention is to do some services to the user, and we need to get that right. So this is something called as logical work. So there is some of the technologies is that one is something called as server, and another one is called as a programming language. okay, a programming language, and we need a database. Okay, there are three components, that three texts we actually needed. One is a server. So what the server will do, for example, you are making any, okay, you are any, you by using phone pay, or some of the UPI integrated apps, anything like that. If you are searching in Google, so each website has its server. Okay, so if you are in Google, it has Google server, and if you are in big companies like Facebook, Amazon, like that, they have their own server. But small companies, they will buy the server from the big giant company. Okay, so that is called as something AWS and all. That's leave that. So what the server is, the server handle request and response. What is meant by request and response? So whatever information you are asking in internet, that is called as request. Okay, if I go for a website, I can see an Google search bar is there, and I am asking for Git, or I am calling for TWD YouTube channel, and I press click. Then what the backend is happening? So the backend is happening is, request is sent to the Google server, and the Google server go for the YouTube server, and the YouTube server checks in his database, and whether an YouTube named TWD is registered, then it will return the data. This is called as response. Okay, so this is something called as request. We are requesting from the server, and the server takes the information and go for the database. So the database is nothing but a storage unit. Okay, so where all the information is stored. Okay, each website has its own database where all the information is stored, and this response is sent back to the YouTube server, and the YouTube server sent back to whom it called. It is Google server, and the Google server send the response to the UI, and you can see and user interface is changing, right? So this is the actual working of an web, right? So this part is called something called as backend. So this backend process, we cannot, as a client, the customer or a client or an end user, they cannot see it. They just go for the Google and search it, and they don't know the actual mechanism behind this website, right? So they only see, like if I say TWD YouTube, they only see the front end, like they only see the videos, YouTube homepage and all, right? So that is called as front end. Okay, only viewable part, a viewable part from the client, it is called as front end, and all the logical part. Okay, so this is one example I'm saying. Okay, so your payment integrations, like you some payments, you are buying some products, you are searching something. So whatever you are doing, everything is handled by this back. Okay, so whatever you are seeing, that color, that typography, that alignment, that user interface, okay, so that is handled by this front end. Okay, so this is about the front end and back end, and this is all about the how the website is working in the internet. Okay, so just give a comment, like whether you understand like how it is working, like how the website is working in the internet. Just put a comment. Okay, so I just explain again. So first we want, you can see this kind of knowledge, you can have an idea like okay, so what is the end-to-end process? Okay, so if I say like UI UX design, they are the beginning, and they create a design whatever the customers need. For example, they create e-commerce website, they create whatever the template what they want to need, they can create, and they can send that template to us as a front developer, and the front end developer recreated by using HTML and CSS, by using the same color and the element image add and everything in the correct position and all. And they what they will do, they will send the response to the backend, and the backend. So next thing is, they will not send anything. The user come, they need to speak something, like they are coming for a purpose, like they want to buy some product, they want to buy some service, like that they want to do something, right? So all that is happened by this backend, which is the user cannot see it, but part is only capable to, is only visible for the user, and all the backend coding is for the is running behind that. Okay, so that is why it is called as backend, and it is handling all the server requests. That is called as, it is called as server side program, server side part, that is, it is handling all the client requests, and this is called as client side part. Okay, okay, so it's fine, everything is understandable. We can move on for the next section. Okay, so hello. Yeah, okay, so now we here come to this. Okay, so you talked about like how to build a website and how internet works and how it is happening, like the flow works and all, right? So for example, let's go for the practical example. I just go for a website, a simple website. you all know that it is Wikipedia. Okay, so let us consider, like, if I go for a website, now you can consider what is front end. So the front end part is, you can see an image and an alignment, like a decent styling, a decent grid, and Flexbox, grid box, all everything is used, and UL is used, and then text is used, and images, everything is added, right? So this is something called as front end, right? So what is called as front end? So by using HTML and CSS, we can create it. So here you can see a search box. If I click this and I just click a git and I just run this, you can see I just give and request and your page is reloaded. So why it is reloaded? It takes some fraction of time, right? So that fraction of time is what the backend I said. So if I search for git, then what happened? The Wikipedia, the request, it is a Google server, and it sends the request to the database, and the database has searched for git, and whether if something and data is stored in a store like git, and they will send a response to us, and it will be displayed in our front end, right? So it is understandable. This is backend, but we are not see. We just see and reloading, right? Only see capable to see the reloading. So this is in the backside of the development, that is backend. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so now you have another doubt, right? What is JavaScript and where we using, right? Here comes the real thing. We just go and explain like what is JavaScript and where we are using and why we need to learn JavaScript. Okay, that's the only thing. Okay, so and another thing, for example, if I say something like an anonymous like this, okay, so if I search this, you can see it will say there is no result matching to the query, right? What it is saying, it is saying no result matching to the query, which means the request is sent to the database and they scan the database and whether it is same data is available or not. But this something like this, it is not available there. So what they will return, there is no result matching the jQuery. Okay, which means that there is no data is available. It will send and false request to us and we can convert like that. Okay, so only like you need to say, if I search whatever I can search, I don't get. Okay, whatever the thing we already have as a data, that will be available. Okay, so that is the only thing. Okay, so yeah. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so this is the website thing. Let's move on to the JavaScript. So why you see something like as website and web development. Okay, so you see, you say like front end is there, back end is there, and everything is there. Okay, fine, but where is JavaScript working? So why I need JavaScript? Because JavaScript is a front end work, right? It is a front end client side programming language, and we don't want to use JavaScript. So that is what your questions, right? Okay, so for example, if I say like we have front end and we have back end. So in this section, we are not handle the back end. Okay, because this is something a huge logic you need to understand. Okay, so leave this. And in the front end, they usually say you need to learn about HTML, you need to learn about CSS, and you need to learn about JavaScript. Like, so this is what they simply said, right? When you are getting into the development field, the front end you need JavaScript, right? So but where this JavaScript is used, right? You have a doubt like where we are using this JavaScript, where this JavaScript is used. Because if I say yeah, Figma design is there, I can easily create it by HTML and CSS by using Flex, display Flex, something like that. We can able to create that. And why I need this JavaScript, right? So let me explain why we need JavaScript and where actually the JavaScript is functioning and everything. I will be explaining it to you. Okay, so first of all, here you need to understand like what is meant by JavaScript. So a JavaScript is first a client-side language only. Okay, so which means it is also working not in the back end, it is also working in the front end only. So where it is there? Let me go here. Let me go for Google. If I say Google.com, you can see some of the automatic recommendations, right? You can see a tab is open, Google Calendar, Google Drive, TWD, Tamil.js, the TWD Bootcamp, Web Development, Artist Role, something like that, right? Automation, an automatic recommendation is showing. Where we created this, right? You can understand by using HTML, we can able to create. Yes, of course, create this. But how can I create if I? You can see this is the website. but it is changing dynamic, right? So if I go and search for something like hello, you can see something like TWD, you can see an automatic recommendation is given. How we created? This is created by JavaScript. Okay, so this dynamicity is created by JavaScript. I'm just giving an example, not for the purpose of JavaScript is to give a drop down. No. Okay, so I'm just giving an example. So JavaScript is responsible for the dynamicity, or what we can say it gives an user interaction. It gives the user interaction. Like, just consider right now, leave this backend, just consider the front end. If you work with HTML and CSS, I can able to create a beautiful website, but I'm not able to action in this, right? So what is meant by action? If I click, for example, there is an OTT platform is available, they have a button called subscribe. Okay, so if I click this, you can see some of the drop down will come, and in that you can see the plan, like 3 months plan, 9 month plan, 5 months plan. It will come. If I don't click this, this will not come, right? So it will not come. If I click this, it will come. So how it is happening? This dynamicity, making changes, like making changes according to the user. That dynamicity and user interaction is given by JavaScript. Okay, so in the front end, I'm speaking only about the front end. Okay, I'm not speaking about the back end. It is called as JavaScript, where it will make without go for the server. Instead of go for a server, every time you go for a server, every time you go for a request, what it will provide a dynamic without reloading the page itself. Like, we can go and we can use so where we can go. I just go for this website. Like, this is what we have discussed, right? So you can see something like this. Here you can see in this website we can able to create this, right? To create everything by using HTML, CSS, we can able to create a box, and we can able to create an H1, and we can able to create everything. But you can see if I click this popular, I click this, you can see popular and latest option. How I can create this? You can see that there is no page is not reloaded, right? So if the page is reloaded, consider it is something is going in the backend. But right now, if I click this, you see the page is not reloaded, right? Which means I'm not in backend, but you can see the page is dynamically changing, right? The button action, it is changing. And if I hover over it, you can see some of the some of the element is displaying, right? This is you can able to create by JavaScript itself. But you can see the large stands to register for 4-week intro to Figma and something like their promotional ad. And you can see an option called into mark. So what is this? If I click this, you can see it will go. How it is happening? This is dynamicity that is happened by JavaScript. And you can go, if I for example here you can see all the projects, demo projects are available. If I click this, you can notice this, that's nothing, not reloaded. After clicking this, you can see a page like this. What has happened? No request or no response is sent to the backend, but you can see the page is dynamically changed, and it will give automatic recommendation, and it will do all the thing. How it is happening? JavaScript. And if I click for next, like previous, okay, it is saying like something like this. You can see register for something like that. You can see an ad is there. If I click this, it will go. How it is happening? How all this happening? These all happening by because this JavaScript. Okay, so without go for the server, without even touching the backend, by using the front end, we can able to create the dynamicity. Why we actually need this? Now here comes to another part, right? Why we actually need this? Okay, so that is the only thing. Here we go here. Okay, so I'm just going to do an example for you. For example, consider a person A is there. Okay, so he is in his home. So consider this is his home. A person A is there. What is the person? So the person name of the person is something like Gokul, something like this. Okay, so person A is there, and he need to buy something like in grocery or grooming kits or something like an sports, something like that. Okay, so what he is going, he's going for an mall. Okay, consider. Okay, so a mall, he's going for the mall, and in this mall he is seeing like the mall has a good infrastructure, and there all the products are available, all the products are available, and he is seeing like good lighting, good infrastructure, everything is signed properly, everything is in well structured, everything is good. Okay, so even you can see all the products are available, from the t-shirt, from the fashion item to from the food item, everything will be available. Okay, so the thing is here, he is go for mall and he is looking into the mall. The thing is here, what is the problem with that means there is no salesperson. What is meant by salesperson? That is the in charge of the mall. In charge of the mall. No one is in the mall. Like no person is there. Like if I go for the mall, no salesperson is there. Like he is the one responsible for guiding us, right? So if I ask for where is the biscuit is there, just go to the left top of the corner. You will find somewhere in the biscuit. And if I come after buying some products, I will come and give the all the products to him. What the salesperson will do, the salesperson collect all the product and check with the QR code scanner and all, and he will give the bill payments, right? So that is why. So what is this? There's no salesperson is there, and how can I find it, right? You can see like that it is a very big mall and it is a very huge mall, right? So how find where is the fashion item, where is the like something food items, something like sports items, where how can I find this? Okay, so because no one is here to guide, I want to search it for and I want to go through for a long time, and then I need to come up with a solution, like whether I will finally I found only one product, right? So this is what happened, right? So in normal case, if I have a salesperson in a mall, let us consider a website like Amazon. A website like Amazon or something else out there. Okay, let us consider a website like Amazon or something else, like an e-commerce website, anything like that. Okay, so you are going, it is simply displaying some of the random products. Okay, and you are searching for something like biscuit. Okay, if you click this, it is backend. Okay, so it will send the request and it will send the response, and all the biscuit product will be available here. Okay, but you are not able to add this item to cart. Okay, you are not able to add the item to the cart. And like for example, consider like you if there is no JavaScript, means you are not able to buy multiple products at a time, and you face all time the page is reloaded. Okay, so if you are before 2000 something like that, you can see in Facebook. Okay, so in Facebook, when the time of social media begins with the Facebook, you can see even I like some of the post, what will happen means the page will reload. Okay, even I put the some of the comments, what happened, the page will reload. So every time the page will reload, it will refresh the content. Okay, so what would happen means, like without JavaScript, I click the add to cart button. If I click this, what happened, this information is go for the add to cart page, and right now again it reloaded to the same page, and right now you need to search for again biscuit, and again you need to search for that, right? How tough is that? So it's like that. So consider here, it's all is considered like the image and everything will be taken care of the Amazon, and here you can see all the alignment and taken care of the CSS, and JavaScript is the only one which is respond the dynamicity of user interface. It is makes user to be in the website and spend their time, and it is easy, right? So now just consider, if you are using some of the banking service, and how their website, like every time you go, even you click a single button, it will load, and it asks for some other verification or all, right? So because that is something called as old websites, like without JavaScript, minimalizing JavaScript, right? So let's see and how this work in the real case. Go for Amazon, and we're going to say about where all the places like Amazon, like not like only Amazon, like where all this JavaScript is working. See, and and bulging area is there. After clicking and sign in, you can see my name will be there, so my account name will be there. Okay, so you can see an option called alt. If I click this, you can see some of the toggle, right? So this is by JavaScript. Okay, if I go and search something, you can see an automatic recommendation here. You can see this is script. Okay, so and you can see, like, if I scroll this, you can see the picture is the cursor, right? So this is showing how it is done. This is also done by JavaScript. And you can say something like, if I go for some items, like something where some items, if I go here and I just search, it is reloading, so it is backend. Okay, that if I just go here, if I go here, and another thing is there, you can see, and if I hover over it, like, you can see the maximization of the picture. Like, you can see picture, something like this, it is working. You can, right? So here you can see a zoom in picture, how it is working, how this is happening. This is, it makes the user interface to feel satisfied, right? So like, they are coming and watching this DB, so like this is for a purpose, right? JavaScript. And if I add to cart button, you can see the this is right now, because I'm in two platform, that is why it is reloading again. Add to cart button, you can see nothing is, okay, nothing is reloaded. And if I go for the add to cart button, you can see, you can product the entire information, like their images, their life, everything will become. If I want to increase the quantity, you can see here, if I increase the quantity, there is no things happen, but you can see only this thing, like price amount will, where I want to particularly, and here you can see another option called something called as delete. And if I can see it, okay, how these all things not available. This is not only by HTML and CSS. There is some action has to come from the user, right? So yeah, some action has to come from the user. The user come to the website, and he do something like clicking the website and searching in the input box, and he do some, that is what we call as actions. The user do actions and event. On the events, the website changed dynamically. So this dynamic is done by JavaScript. Okay, so now what I can say, JavaScript is capable to create an element like HTML element, something like that. Okay, so it is capable to create an HTML element. It is capable to delete an HTML element. You can see, if I click the add to cart button, an entire was transferred to the add to cart page, and it shows the image, and everything is created freshly, right? So that is something called as create an element. And deleting element, after clicking the delete button, you can see that something is deleted. That is done by JavaScript. If I just what you can see means append. So what is mean by append? Using more than one item. I want this to add to cart, more items I added. You can see in the add to cart page, come next to it, right? So this is called as appending. Okay, next, something like, you can able to append this, and you can able to change the CSS property too by using JavaScript. You can change the CSS property. Example is like toggling to light mode or mode. You can go for a site and you can see some like a button like this. Okay, if a user click this, it will change it to dark mode. So what is simply like that? It is changing the property. So the background color I need to set for black. Okay, so if I click, want to open for light mode. So after clicking this, the mode will happen. After again this light mode will be happen, right? So this is something like changing the CSS property. So we can able to change the CSS property, and we can able to change the attribute of an element. There are so much of things is available able to do, right? JavaScript. Okay, so now we come to the part, right? So these all are the activities that we can able to do by using JavaScript. In a front end, I'm speaking only with the front end, right? I'm just only speaking with this front end part only. So by using this JavaScript only, so in the recent days, if you go for the evolution of web development, that is called as Web 1.0. Only the introduction of HTML and CSS is used, and if you go for something like and old website generators there. You go for that, you can see every time if a user something in a website, the page will reload, the page will reload, the page will reload. So that is what the JavaScript is arrived, and it makes the web 2.0. Okay, not only this, but the JavaScript has a huge contribution to making the web 2.0. And what this makes the dynamic web pages. Dynamic web pages. So what is meant by dynamic web pages? So it is changed according to the user. If example, I go for Amazon, I am preferred with something called as a dark theme, and it is source me for dark. And some other person, he's go for Amazon and he's go for light theme, it for him go for light theme, right? So this dynamicity will happen. Okay, in the olden days it will not. Whatever is there for everyone, the website will be same, but here it's not like that. Okay, it is to our preference, and that is how the evolution came. Okay, right now we are heading towards the web3. So that means the decentralized works is happening, like something like blockchains and web3j, something so on that. Leave it. Okay, so JavaScript is something which will contribute more in the web2. Okay, so the dynamics happened. That's all about the JavaScript and the purpose of JavaScript, right? Just go for the restream, right? Yes sir, yes. Okay, so if now you can understand like where we are using JavaScript. So the space JavaScript in web development, thinking like for adding a carousel or for creating something, a slider and drop down and automatic recommendation, this is the only purpose of learning JavaScript, right? You are thinking like that. Is it right or not? So the only thing I want to know, whether this before part is clear or not clear, it is easy to go for next, and you can understand the mind blow JavaScript evolution and came through like how what is the future of JavaScript. Okay, so you can understand. Just if you are clear with this core concept, just give me a comment like clear. Just give a comment called clear. Okay, we will move on to the next. Okay, and if any doubts also, you can just give a comment. Okay, I wait 2 minutes. Okay, so it's 2:13, 2:15. We continue for the next session. If you have doubt, you can able to give that. Okay, clear. Yeah, fine. So this is JavaScript, and here this is a silly part will come, right? What is mean like just for creating some type, adding element, but they are huge, right? So consider without JavaScript, there is no to cut button in Amazon, there is no automatic recommendation in Amazon, there is no something like for Instagram, there is no like button is in Amazon, there is no comment button is available Instagram, something like that. Every time you click like button, the page will reload. Every time you comment something, page will reload. How it is be? Whether you are this we can able to use website, are you interested in using that website? So JavaScript plays a very good role in that. Okay, so yeah, come to the next. So this is all about JavaScript. So you say like JS is a front-end framework, which means it is come for client side, right? Even JavaScript is called as client side programming language. It is called as client side programming language. So it is named like that. Okay, so whether it is true, and you have a doubt like whether JavaScript is a programming language. Okay, you have a doubt like whether it is a programming language or it is called as client side scripting language. We cannot say instead of programming, we can say client side scripting language. So whether it is a scripting language or a programming language. So when JavaScript arrived in 1995, it is called as client side programming language. So what is the reason of coming JavaScript? The reason of coming JavaScript is to make the page dynamic. So that is what we have discussed till now, right? So page the dynamic, it need to give some user interaction and some guidance and pitching molds data from us, building the text companies like that. Okay, use of JS, right? So right now, what can JavaScript is capable to do, and how big is JavaScript? That is what we're going to do. So this is for this part we can say why JavaScript. This part we can say why JavaScript. And you know, like the most hated language by the people, it's JavaScript. Yeah, the most hated language by people is JavaScript. And you know another thing, the most loud language is also a JavaScript, right? And also even the most popular programming language in 2022, it's also JavaScript. How can a programming language, it has a multiple different side? How it is possible actually? So that is possible because when JavaScript come, when JavaScript came in 1995, it is comes only the client side programming languages, and it is new to the field, and it makes the revolution of the browsers. Okay, so right now we are working with the most like unimaginable browsers. Like it is more more invention, right? It is a great invention by the human, right? That browser, this JavaScript makes the competition with this browsers. Okay, so I will explain everything in here. Okay, so how it is comes, it is because they don't understand the core concept of the JavaScript, number one, and it only came for the client side JavaScript, and people are think that JavaScript, it can be replaceable after some times, because it is came only for doing some dynamicity in website. So they think that it can be replaceable by other language, so we don't want that, so people hate it. Okay, and also JavaScript is also a loosely typed language, which means it is not like any other languages. It has some weird activities. Okay, so that is why it's hated language. And why now it is most loud language? The reason of most loud language is JavaScript. We can say it is a multi-talented person. Why we can say multi-talented person? Because without knowing nothing, it comes only for client side. It is the only language ruling. Now it is ruling the entire development field. Let's see why I'm saying like this. Let's see. For example, if you JavaScript, what all you can able to learn means, you can go with front end. We speak about, right? We can go with the front end. That is what it meant for. Okay, and now you can able to go for backend too. What? JavaScript? You say JavaScript is only for front end, and now you can say JavaScript is useful for backend. Yes. So in the previous day, just JavaScript come for only front end, and after that, a person called Raul, he makes a framework called Node.js. So this is not a framework, like it is called as runtime environment, which means JavaScript is a language which runs on the browser. Okay, which runs on the browser only in the initial stage. Okay, it will not runs on the server, it only runs on the browser. So to make it runs on the server, they make an extension, make a runtime by using JavaScript, that is called as Node.js. Now this is also used. Now if you learn JavaScript, you can able to run the programming language in the browser to make some browser changes, and also you can capable to send handle the request and response from the client side, and you can able to build an application. Okay, so you can able to create by using Node.js, a single programming language, a single language that is useful for both things, right? So we can able to use the both things. So we can able to create a web development by learning JavaScript itself. How cool it is! If you learn a single language, you can able to learn everything. And not only this, there is a huge community support is available for JavaScript. So that is the main reason. So even a big giant companies contribute towards the JavaScript. They created a frameworks for front end, that is you heard all over the world, like React.js, a library, AngularJS, Vue.js, all those things. Okay, this all make web development process more easier and more efficient for the end users. Okay, so each of the frameworks and libraries has its own advantage. Web pages more interactive, right? So you are scrolling, right? So you are scrolling in Instagram, and you can see and request is every time you are scrolling. Yeah, whenever you reach some of the Instagram, you are scrolling again, and request is making, right? So without read it, and it will give again a post feed and all, right? So that's everything, and more reusable components, everything. That React is amazing thing, right? So these front end parts, it makes another pillar for front end JavaScript, and makes the JavaScript an irreplaceable one. in the development field, and we can say it is the king, right? So even it is open for Node.js, and also we can have, and right now this server is also increasing, like a new runtime is introduced that is called as Bun.js, and we also have so many of things. Node.js is much more popular, right? So this is the only thing, and this is as creating web development. What about Android development? You can learn by JavaScript, you can able to do that. Only thing is you need to learn about React Native. So the name, yes, here you can see React is there. Here also it's React is there. This React and this React Native will be easier. Okay, so all the 90% is same. Okay, so only a small changes is that, and you can able to create an Android development within the same backend. You don't need to learn a different backend for React Native at all. Only the front end framework will change, and you can able to create. Okay, so by using JavaScript, if you want to go for React Native, you can go something like this. Okay. Just a minute. I just connect with my power. Just give a second. Okay, so yeah, I think now it's clear, right? Right now only I get the power. Okay, so of power, I'm sitting in a dark room and I'm teaching all those things. Okay, so this. Okay, so go for it. So don't lose the flow. Okay, so by using Android development, you can able to do that. And what about I need more, right? Extra thing. What I want to do. For example, if you want to go for any other thing. So actually, this is more popular in IT field. Like this field is more popular. Okay, so this is if you want to learn like something like called, you want to learn for drone programming, JavaScript is used. If you want to learn for, like, if I say Android, this is also possible for iOS. So you can make a cross platform by using JavaScript. Okay, so this is even cool, right? So this is something called as, and if you want to shift your career towards robotics by using JavaScript, you can able to do. Just a minute. Yeah, so okay, so the next thing is robotics you want to do, you can able to do. And even more, for example, nowadays the automation testing by using JS, it is happening, it is coming, like they are working on that. You can, if you want to go for ML, like something like TensorFlow JS, they want to use that framework is coming. A single programming language, it builds its own landmark, it is occupy the entire ID field, it is occupying it the entire ID field, right? And it has the most advantage compared to the other thing, like compared to other programming language out there. Okay, so you can say like, if I learn the Python, you can say like, so if you go for a backend, yeah, of course, by using Python you can go backend, right? So how do you think, like, which company is using Python for the backend? Just go and search for that, number one. And another thing, even that, whatever the language you are learning, you must want to learn the JavaScript. Why? Because front end, it is an unbreakable, and it is something like a irreplaceable one in the front end, right? So then what is the purpose of learning other language? Just think about that. If I learn a single language and I can capable to with these all thing like that you can able to, and you can be able to create. And another thing, the future of web development, speaking about the blockchain, like Web3.js, like Web3.js, JavaScript is there, and you want to create a decentralized app by using that, you can JavaScript by using, you can able to create. This is also true, right? So just a minute. Yeah. Right, so by using JavaScript you can able to do. And another thing, something called as virtual reality, like we see in the virtual reality, means something like AR VR, like you hear about the wars, right? So before the become metaverse, the virtual reality apps, the virtual reality, before the Facebook introduced VR AR, the virtual reality framework is already there in JavaScript. If you learn that, this is going to be the front end, back end, website, web app development. This is going to be evergreen. And robotics, which I say like AI, something that it is going to be the future, and it is going to be the future of web development. It is also going to be evergreen. And you can see drone programming. You know that how drone is replacing humans, right? So this is also a future of something like learning the machine, learning something beyond the scope. Everything is done by JavaScript. Okay, the thing why I am saying this means just have a focus on JavaScript capable to work on the future text, right? You can able to come in the future text. So here you need to understand, like, don't think like JavaScript is tough. I'm explain everything. Don't think JavaScript is tough. Yes, JavaScript is tough when you are focusing on all these things, because for focusing for this you need to learn the core JavaScript, right? So you need to, if you learn it takes at least 2 years to complete whatever the language you are learning. If you take the core thing, okay, if you take JavaScript and if you learn the core concept, it is takes at least 2 years, right? So JavaScript for front end, it is like a drop of water in an ocean. Okay, so it is very easy to make. That is what my point. Okay, so JavaScript is tough. Go for some language and learn something that is easy language. Don't believe that. Okay, so JavaScript is front end is been very easy. It is very easy, and you understand that is we're going to cover it in the next few hours. We're going to cover the basics of programming and all. So how can I learn? So here comes another question. How can I learn JavaScript as a beginner for front end? So the thing is, every programming language has a common topics, concepts. Like, so all the programming language, if you go for Python, if you go for Java, if you go for C++, everything has this common topics. So what are the common topics? Variable, what is variables, what is data types, functions, event listener, something like loops, conditional statements, and we can say operators, and we can say these are some other basic and some other things. So much of things is there, like little bit, like, so some of the common things are available. Okay, every programming language it will be common. Okay, if you go for Python, they will teach about variables, what is data type, what is function, what is loop, everything. If you go for JavaScript, it will be there. If you go for Java, it will be there. These are some of the common topics every programming language will there. First learn this. So for why the purpose of learning this? For the syntax. You need to understand the syntax. So every programming language it is common, but the syntax is different. Okay, so JavaScript syntax is different, Python syntax is different, and some of the technical concept also different. So that is why you need, this is called as basics. Okay, this is called as basics. After learning this, just focus for the DOM. What is DOM? So DOM, it is also called as something like API. So right now leave the concept of APIs. So DOM is nothing but, consider it is an something that applies our this JavaScript programming in our web browser. Okay, so it is called as document object model. So this is responsible for applying something in our browsers. Like it is responsible for the creating element, deleting element, appending an element, removing element, changing the style and all. By using the DOM functionality only, using DOM API only, we can able to do. Okay, so this is JavaScript basics, and for doing this all functionality, you can focus on the DOM. And another thing called as BOM, that is called as browser object model, and it is some of the browser inbuilt some concepts of that is you need to understand. Okay, after learning this, just go and focus on ES6. So why ES6? ES6 is nothing but, it is called as modern JavaScript. If you focus on this ES6, you can capable to learn about React, Angular, Vue, the extra frameworks available for front end. You can able to learn. Okay, so even if you want to for a backend concept, you need to learn some of the little bit advanced thing. Okay, so this is all about this is all the topics you need to learn as an JavaScript development, as a JavaScript developer. Okay, so for front end, don't more focus on the core concept. Okay, after learn, they ask for backend developer.